members and the guests. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Can we please observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Or wat bid jy daar so lank, bid jy dan nie môre nie. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings. In particular, sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provide as follows. The hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they speak, those on the platform. They should also ensure that the microphones on the electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. All delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. Delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. All delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active or supposed to be active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA reps, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desk to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and the Deputy, I didn't see her, hi Sisi, of Employment and Labor. The Minister and Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration, are they here or are they on the platform? All permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, SALGA representatives, as well as the administration to the House. I've further been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Where are we going? We are here. We are not going anywhere. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first order. Consideration of the Land Court Bill, B11B 2021, National Assembly and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. And I will now call on the Honorable Sheikh to present the committee report. Honorable Sheikh, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy
Before you start,
Chairperson.
Honorable Sheikh, members, don't remind me of things that happened when I was not here. No, this one is saying, there we go again. Now that again. Please leave me out of it. Honorable Sheikh, we continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairpersons. Greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister who are present with us. Greetings to all honorable members of this August House. Deputy Chairperson, the Land Court Bill was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 27th of September 2022. The committee, having considered and deliberated on the bill, has agreed to the bill with proposed amendments. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Land Claims Court was established in 1996 and specialized in land claims and restitution, referred by the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights or directly through claimants or affected landowners. One of the main challenges with the current Land Claims Court is the lack of permanency of judges presiding over matters before the court and the absence of a permanent seat, which has contributed to the slow processing of and backlogs in land restitution claims to the dissatisfaction of land claimants. With these challenges in mind, the Land Court Bill seeks to provide for the establishment of a land court and appeals against decisions of the land court, make provision for the administration and judicial functions of the land court, provide for the concurrent jurisdiction of the land court and magistrates court for certain land-related matters, provide for mediation procedures, amend certain laws relating to the adjudication of land matters by other courts, and provide for matters connected therewith. With regard to the committee consideration of the bill and the public participation process, the Select Committee received a briefing on the Land Court Bill on the 12th of October 2022, and thereafter advertised the bill for written comment on electronic platforms and in all official languages in print media from the 17th of October 2022 to the 11th of November 2022. The committee received 13 submissions from various organizations and 1 individual. Amongst the key issues raised in submissions were the tagging of the bill, the scope of jurisdiction of the court, the appointment and competency of judges of the land court, the role and competency of assessors in the land court, the admissibility of hearsay evidence, and that the role of the magistrates should be set out clearly in the bill. On the 15th of March 2023, the Select Committee received a further briefing on the department's responses to written submissions. On the 22nd of March 2023, the Select Committee received a briefing by Parliamentary Legal Advisor on the tagging of the Land Court Bill as a Section 75 bill. On the 3rd of May 2023, the Select Committee received a briefing on the proposed amendments to the Land Court Bill, and on the 17th of May, the committee considered and unanimously adopted the proposed amendments. The amendments include both substantive and technical or consequential amendments. Many of these substantive amendments took into account submissions made by commentators, particularly those made by the Land Claims Court judges. With regard to substantive amendments, Clause 8, appointment of judges of the Land Court, the proposed amendment deals with any person who was not a judge of the High Court of South Africa or any court at the time of the appointment to the court, does not automatically hold concurrent appointment to the court and the High Court unless the Judicial Service Commission advises the President that such person must hold concurrent appointment. Clause 12 of the bill, appointment of assessors, the proposed amendment deals with the appointment, qualifications, and remuneration of assessors. Clause 14, rules governing procedure of court, the proposed amendment relates to rules to be made by the Rules Board for Courts of Law and the application of the rules regulating the court of the proceedings of the several provincial and local divisions of the High Court and the Land Court. Clause 25, conferences, the proposed amendment to this clause deals with the orders that the Land Court may make in connection with such conferences. Clause 27, variation and rescission of orders of court. The proposed amendment deals with the circumstances under which the Land Court may vary or rescind any judgment or order. Clause 33, removal of action or proceedings. The proposed amendment provides that the Land Court may order removal of action or proceedings from the Land Court sitting in one area to the court sitting to another area within the same province, and from the Land Court to a division of the High Court, or from a division of a High Court to the Land Court sitting in the same province. Clause 34, transitional arrangements. The proposed amendments deal with the offices of the Land Claims Court and the continuation of the rules of the Land Claims Court until they are replaced by rules made by the Rules Board for Courts of Law. Item 9 of schedule to the bill proposes amendments to the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from an Unlawful Occupation of Land Act, number 19 of 1998. With regard to technical or consequential amendments to the bill, many of these amendments include changes to headings and numbering, and the affected clauses and sections of the bill are Clause 7, Part 2, Clause 17, Part 3, Clause 24, Clause 26, Clause 32, Clause 35 to 37, the long title, arrangement of sections, and the schedule, except item 9. Honorable Deputy Chair, committee members were pleased that the bill will establish a new land court, which will indeed go a long way in ensuring easier access to justice for those who have land claims. Furthermore, The Land Court will ensure a more expedient process for land claimants. Ultimately, Honorable Chair, the establishment of the Land Court will improve access to justice for citizens in South Africa. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Land Court Bill B11B 2021, referred to it on the 27th of September 2022, and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends the Council pass the bill with proposed amendments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. Before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 if they so wish. Political parties. I don't see any that is indicating that they are going to do declaration of vote. So we will now proceed to the voting on the question. And I shall allow 1 minute to delegates who are outside the house to join the proceedings. There is a minute, 60 seconds. If there is anyone outside, I shall now put the question. And the question is that the bill, subject to proposed amendments, be agreed to. You are ready? Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised. Is the minister not a delegate? The table will indicate whether the count is complete. They are on the system. There are people that are voting on the system. This is, I think we are making history today. I think we are making history today. We are making history today. Thank you, honorable delegates. The count is complete. So now, because the table is leading me, we must still ask those that vote against, please raise their hands, but don't change your mind. Keep your hands. JJ, you are like that all the time. The count is completed. And those that abstain, there is also none. The voting is now closed. I have received the results from the table, and I just want to actually announce that 34 voted in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstained. The bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We made history today, I'm telling you. We are proceeding to the second order, honorable delegates. And the second order is the consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's draft 2023-24 annual performance plan. I will now call on the Honorable DG Mahlangu, co-chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament. Lady Mahlangu.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to your good self and the Chairperson of the NCOP in absentia, the Chief Whip. Let me also take this opportunity to greet Minister, Deputy Minister, and those that are on the visual, honorable members, special delegates. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, it is my pleasure to present to this August House the report on the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, draft 2023-24 annual performance plan and budget. The committee considered this APP and budget in accordance with Section 17, subsection 1 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act, which requires that the executive authority to table planning and budgeting documents in Parliament for consideration by the oversight mechanism, which is us. That is the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, honorable Chair, the 2023-24 APP will be set towards the implementation of the strategic plan of the 6th Parliament, which was approved in 2020 calendar year. It is a continuation of the change that were first introduced in the 2021 financial year. In that financial year, Parliament reduced its program from 5 to 3 budgetary programs. Since that time, performance has also been measured using the client satisfaction model rather than the more conventional method informed by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluations framework on strategic and annual performance plans. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, it is proposed that Parliament should receive a budget of 2.97 billion rands in 2023-24, increasing to 3.06 billion rands in 2024-25, and 3.14 billion rands in 2025-26. Honorable members and honorable Deputy Chairperson, Program 1 is the administration program, which provides strategic leadership, governance, management, corporate and support services to Parliament. It consolidates 3 former programs, namely strategic leadership and governance, administration and support services. It is proposed that in 2023-24, this program should receive a budget of 815.960 million rands. In 2023-24, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Parliamentary Service intends to address the prevailing and future ways of working. Such efforts will include significant transformation and change in the approach to management, enabling policy, business processes, related skills, and rethinking facilities. This is intended towards, over time, creating a new institutional culture driven by professionalism, service excellence, and technology-enabled processes. Honorable members, for greater effectiveness and efficiency, the Parliamentary Service will therefore develop and implement several interventions, most notably the following, just to highlight the 3. A new business model to address the future way of working and build in the principle of e-parliaments. The second one, redesign and optimize core and support business processes through technology, including the development of a legislative drafting system, an oversight monitoring and tracking system, public involvement and engagement system, including petitions, submissions, and representations or presentations, and ERP processes for decision-making, supporting infrastructure, networking and end-user tools, and support. And the last one, policy, tools and facilities for remote employment conditions. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Legislation and Oversight Program provides for important support services for the effective functioning
Order, honorable members.
for the effective functioning of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, including procedural, legal, and content advice, information services and record keeping, and secretarial and support services for their houses and their committees, both houses. The program covers the core business of Parliament and focuses on the outputs, activities, and inputs related to legislation and oversight functions. Honorable Chairperson and members, in 2023-24, it is proposed that this program receives a budget of 814.820 million rands. Amongst others, the institution intends implementing a new programming framework with a gradual shift towards dedicated constituency, committee, and plenary weeks, as well as joint committee and intersectoral work. The parliamentary service will also prepare a draft oversight plan based on the input of office bearers and key stakeholders aimed at directing the oversight work of Parliament. In respect of members' capacity building, the institution requires specific and needs-based capacity building programs to equip parliamentarians with the skills needed to perform their functions. Honorable members, various interventions will be implemented to make these possible. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the 217 Global Parliamentary Report indicates new trends in respect of research of parliamentary activities. Parliaments are established capacity to specialize and provide the information and research in respect of committee work, procedural research, as well as budget and gender analysis. Importantly, and most importantly, Chairperson, Parliament must increase its monitoring and evaluation on the implementation of its recommendations and resolution. We will be saying this over and over again until we see it happening. Honorable Chairperson, providing a real-time country dashboard may help in holding the executive to account and keeping citizens informed on service delivery progress. The involvement and participation of the public are critical to ensure a participatory democracy and more responsive government. Increasing public participation will require improved information dissemination and greater access to participate. Honorable Chair, this in turn will require the use of more official languages as we do the broadcasting and using other platforms of communications. As I conclude, Chairperson, we have several recommendations that we have made after having looked into the APP and the report, I think, is ATC. Let me take this opportunity to thank the officials of Parliament as the support staff, the members from both houses for forever availing themselves and working on awkward hours and making it possible for us to produce this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Mahlangu. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. There is no declarations. Then we shall proceed to the voting And the question is that the report be agreed to. I will now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape iyavuma sihlalo.
Nkosi. Free State,
Free State votes in favor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
thank you very much. Gauteng,
Voting in favor, Deputy Chairperson.
thank you, my dear. KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu Natal yeseka sihlalo.
ngiyabonga me. Limpopo,
Limpopo yayithekga. Report. Thank you.
how was I respond now? Thank you. Mpumalanga. On record, please.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape,
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape stem some. Northwest,
Northwest ayamukela motlatsamodula setulo.
Yaleboha, Western Cape,
Weskaap steun.
Ayadanki. Voting is now closed. All provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with section 65 of the Constitution. I love the peace that I observe. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the third order. Consideration of the report of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's 2022-23 third quarter report. And I will now call on the Honorable Gigi Mhlangu, the co-chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, to present the report. Over to you, Honorable Mhlangu. You've got 10 minutes.
Ngiyathokoza agbare voorsitter adjang agbare voorsitter adjang.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you're on the right track.
Yeah, that's the deputy chairperson. Good afternoon to all the members present and on the visual, physical and on the visual again. I'm once more honored, chairperson, for me to be given this opportunity to stand before this August House to formally proceed in presenting on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament's report performance in the third quarter of 2022-23.
Honorable members, please can you make sure that your devices are on silent, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, which was interrogated in accordance with Section 54 of the FMPPLA. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, the institution succeeded in meeting all targets under the administration program and spent 92% of the quarterly budget of 204.677 million rands budget. In the period under review, the institution succeeded in providing communications, technological facilities, related support to committee meetings, oversight visits, public hearings, and plenaries in both houses, National Assembly and NCOP. Honorable Chairperson and members, the organizational realignment project was in its second phase, which entails the micro analysis and design of business operating models, processes, and positional structures to enable a macro-functional design. The committee is looking forward to receiving more details in relation to this project. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, in respect of Program 2, legislation and oversight, all targets were exceeded. Honorable members, 93% of the 236.955 million rands quarterly budget for this program was spent. Several successes were reported, including the implementation of interventions focusing on mobilizing stakeholders and capitalizing on the use of digital and preferred platforms to improve the delivery of public education and information programs and empower citizens to participate in parliamentary processes. Honorable Chairperson and members, you are reminded here that there are no performance measures in respect of Program 3, associated services and transfers. This remains a cause for concern, of which 99% of the 193.436 million rands budget for this program was transferred, yet it is not reported how the money was spent by the associated entities in Parliament. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the committee, having considered the institution's third quarter performance report, they have made the following recommendations. I'll highlight the three. The first one, that critical vacancies should be filled as a matter of urgency, and that quarterly updates be provided to the relevant committee, as we'll be doing our oversight. The committee recommends that the implementation of the organizational realignment project be expedited, and that a detailed briefing or report on it, as well as reasons for the apparent delay in finalizing it, be presented to the committee. I'm talking about the joint committee. The process should be finalized before the start of the 7th Parliament. And the last one, Honorable Chairperson, is that the institution should find ways of encouraging far greater participation in the client satisfaction survey that now form the basis of performance management. These should include mini satisfaction survey completed for each committee activity in order to ensure that committees receive adequate support. Thank you.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie, agbare Mahlangu. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. If none, we shall proceed to the voting on the order, and the question is that the report be agreed to. I shall now call upon provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape
Eastern Cape iyavuma.
and Kusima, Free State.
Free State votes in favor.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal ayaseka sihlalo mbeki.
Ngiyabonga me. Limpopo.
Limpopo idumelana le report ubulestulo. Thank
Ngiyabonga.
you.
Limpopo, Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga iyavuma sihlalo.
Nkosi, Northern Cape.
Honorable Chairperson, I am a coach.
Can Northern Cape please respond? Respond, please.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Northwest.
Pokoni Bupirima boy Yamohela, Plata Mudula Stulo.
Yaleboga, Northwest, Western Cape. Western Cape.
Die Weskaap ondersteun, agbare ondervoorsitter.
Okay. Thank you. Baie dankie. Ons het nou aan die einde van die stemming gekom. Al die provinsies het tot saamgestem. Is het saamgestem?
Ja.
Kan 'n appinten mense in Afrikaans praat. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the fourth order. That is the policy debate on budget vote 31, employment and labor, appropriation bill B3 2023, National Assembly Section 77. And I will now call on the Honorable Tulas Nesi, Minister of Employment and Labor, to open the debates. It's over to you, Minister. Groot broer.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair and members of the House, the ministers and deputy minister who are present, those also in the platform, the senior managers of the department and the entities, ladies and gentlemen. Though there's peace, Chairperson, as you have remarked today in the House, there will be no peace on the employment equity. It's very clear. Chairperson, I need to state it upfront. I do it because there are those who, when we are dealing with the serious matter of rebuilding the country, that was totally destroyed by the racist apartheid government, they choose to play politics. Amongst others, the Employment Equity Act of 1998 was an attempt to implement the constitutional requirements to bring about equity and equal opportunity in the workplace. It was left to the goodwill of the employers to implement on a voluntary basis. Socially responsible employers complied. Most did not. Unfortunately, the annual reports of the Commission for Employment Equity continue to indicate that change was at best extremely slow, especially at the higher levels of management. This particularly to the cost of the Africans, the coloureds, women, and people with disabilities. It was for this reason that the amendments were drawn up to encourage employers to comply. Because as a current government that believes very strongly in the ethos of non-racialism, non-sexism, democratic and united and prosperous South Africa, we just cannot fold arms and watch when designated groups are marginalized in the workplace. We have to act. And I want to say to the Democratic Alliance, who have appropriated all the unethical practices of erstwhile National Party, please stop it. We are now at the phase where implementation guidelines have been developed and stakeholders have been consulted on the sector employment equity targets. These have been published for public comments, and no amount of dirty politics is going to deter us. We owe it to all South Africans, black and white, to practically translate the constitution of our beloved country. On employment, with the expansion of the mandate in 2019 and the need to reconfigure as employment and labor, the department's focus has been strengthened for the job creation and retention, particularly youth employment. This has been done against the backdrop of difficult conditions, both national and international. Although the economy is showing early signs of a rebound, the rate of recovery falls far short of what is required to create the sustainable job for most vulnerable in this country, particularly the youth, people with disabilities, and African women. So despite the fact that there are more jobs, the rate of unemployment remains high at 32.9% as at Q1 of 2023. From the side of the department, in order to contribute to the alleviation of unemployment, the UIF's labor activation program will continue to fund projects to maintain and create employment. The temporary employer-employee relief scheme, the normal TERS, not the one which was introduced during COVID, This one administered through the CCMA, the Council for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, will continue to provide support to distressed companies that seek to retain their employees. The Employability Enhancement Program is designed to integrate unemployed people back into the labor market. 240,000 people will be recruited by the end of the MTSF. The business turnaround and the recovery program implemented through the Productivity South Africa enhances the productive capacity and the operational efficiency of the enterprises in order to preserve jobs and minimize retrenchments. In 2023-24 financial year, a number of new youth employment projects will be launched from June across the provinces. We have ensured that 50% of all the opportunities and subsequent employment goes to women and the youth. The UIF is currently reviewing its funding model to further increase support for job creation. The UIF will continue to support the 5 billion partnership with the IDC to create and retain jobs. The fund supports startups and existing businesses. Productivity South Africa continues to promote employment growth and productivity through the competitiveness improvement services, which we call the CIS. Over the past 3 financial years, the CIS program provided support to SMMEs in both the formal and the informal economy. We are now beginning to see the positive results of the turnaround strategies and the labor activation programs. 186 companies facing economic distress were supported, and these interventions resulted in nearly 16,000 jobs being retained. It is now mandatory. It's now mandatory for every business that receives assistance from the TERS to implement the business turnaround and recovery program. It's important to flag that the reconfiguration of the department will strengthen the focus on improved productivity as key to growth and jobs. Productivity SA aims to support 37,250 enterprises, place 1,200 students only in the department and youth, contribute to a total of 113,000 jobs over 5 years. The department will also offer more. It's more than 200 unemployed graduates in an internship opportunity this year, extending the program that was started during last year. And these internships are also offered by other departments across government. Supported employment enterprises, as part of the legislative mandate, will increase the employment of the people with disabilities at its factories from the current 940 to 1,250 during the current year. The department will also provide subsidies to 9 organizations that will work or provide work opportunities to about 1,041 workers and with disabilities. Focusing on unemployed youth, the department, in partnership with the presidency and the Government Technical Advisory Center, we call it GTEC, will continue to support the development of the Pathway Management Network, bringing together multiple online networks of training and employment opportunities. Also providing support to unemployed youth through the establishment of an innovative fund and support to the National Youth Service. Wait and listen on the 16th of June about these programs. Chairperson, other policy and legislative priorities during this administration, in addition to one I've started with, include the following. The National Labour Migration Policy, a draft, has been developed by the department in line with the decisions of the Ministers of Employment and Labour in the SADC region. And note, in the SADC region. The draft policy recognizes the legitimate expectations of South Africans, at the same time aligned to the constitutional requirements, international law, and international agreements. The draft National Labour Migration Policy and Supporting Employment Services Amendment Bill were approved by the Cabinet for public comment in February 2022. The policy has been revised accordingly. We are currently engaging the NEDLAC stakeholders on the document. The National Employment Policy, the department in conjunction with the International Labour Organization has developed a draft National Employment Policy, the NEP, to address the country's persistently high levels of unemployment to support growth. So the draft NEP is being shared with the economic departments before it is presented at the economic cluster and the cabinet. The national minimum wage was designed to reduce inequality in the national labor market and to establish a threshold for workers' remuneration. It is not a living wage, I must stress it, fighters. It's not a living wage, but has already benefited about 6 million workers. These workers are generally unorganized and vulnerable to exploitation. For the past 3 years, the national minimum wage level has been adjusted to maintain its value relative to inflation. Furthermore, the minimum wage for the farm sector was equalized with the general national minimum wage rate in 2021, and the minimum wage in the domestic sector was equalized in 2022. The National Minimum Wage Commission monitors the impact of the national minimum wage on employment and wages. The large-scale job losses foretold by the naysayers has not happened. For marginal employers who genuinely cannot pay, they can apply for exemption. Because employers are also represented in the commission. We have a basket of the labor law amendments that we have placed before the NEDLAC for negotiation, because from time to time, we have to review our laws to ensure their effectiveness as whether they are worth the paper they are written on. The desire of my department is to conclude these amendments as soon as possible, given the thrust of these amendments are intended to contribute to job creation and the ease of doing business, especially for small businesses. As part of the routine activities to strengthen the decent work for 2021-22, my department extended 24 collective agreements to non-parties, covering 1.25 million employees in the different sectors. These agreements cover wages, social security benefits, and working conditions, improving the livelihood of the vulnerable employees and their employers. And Yazge Aba, who are saying much about against this, Ubabateta Nobani, when they are against the issue of extending agreements, collective agreements reached together between the employers and the employees. The equal opportunity in the labor market is at the core of the decent work and workplace transformation. The Occupational Health and Safety Amendment Bill is due for completion by September 2023 for engagement with NEDLAC. We trust that proposed steep fines will cap the high level of non-compliance by some employers. Let me repeat it. We trust that the proposed steep fines will cap high levels of non-compliance by some of the employers, because some of them, they budget for not complying. They know that they will just get a slap on the hand and pay 10,000 rand or 100,000 when they are making millions. They know that is nothing. Remember, the object here is to reduce workplace accidents and diseases, which in turn also increases productivity necessary for economic growth. The president assented to the compensation for occupational injuries and diseases, the COIDA amendment, this COIDA amendment bill, on the 7th of April. Benefits include the inclusion of domestic workers in the category of employees entitled occupational injury benefits, the introduction of rehabilitation and return to work programs to support the reintegration of the injured workers with disabilities into the labor market, to enable compensation fund to obtain the requisite resources for inspection of workplaces and to develop preventative programs with employers that will contribute to safer workplace. On social dialogue, Madam Deputy Chair, the department and its entities led by NEDLAC are also charged They are charged with strengthening the social dialogue. Last year, this mandate focused on the establishment of the new social compact. Much was learned from this process, with a focus now on developing specific compacts by economic sector, some of which have been successfully concluded. These efforts are now focused on defined priority areas. Currently, the energy, transport, and crime. NEDLAC planned activities for 23-24 include progress with labor law reforms, which focus on improving the effectiveness of the labor laws, as well as extending them to atypical workers and emerging issues such as the future of work, remote work, and the just transition. On inspection and enforcement, it is all very well to devise good policies and laws, but they also have to be implemented and enforced. The Department Inspection and Enforcement Services, that is the labor inspectors, have been expanded and strengthened in the recent years, particularly since the COVID pandemic, resulting in over 100,000 health and safety inspections in the last year. In relation to employment equity laws, our inspectors are currently focused on the JSE listed companies to ensure compliance. For 2023, we referred 238 companies to the court for failure to comply. And we are not going to reverse. We're not going to reverse people making profits, huge millions and billions, but do not respect the workers' rights and the laws of this country. The national roving teams are conducting a blitz program focused on high risk and problematic sectors to ensure compliance with the national minimum wage, the basic conditions of employment there. During the last year, the department carried out over 300,000 inspections seeking to promote compliance, fair labor practice, and decent work and safe workplace. The IAS also seeks to realize the Durban's call to action to combat child labor and to advance the ILO's recommendation 2004, which amongst others seeks to improve the rights and conditions of the workers in the formal sector. On access and service, good legislation and plans can be compromised by inadequate access and service. Historical and systemic challenges within the two funds, that is the compensation fund and the UIF, are being addressed. Relevant professional capacity has been insourced to strengthen the programs to tackle the negative audit findings and for more fundamental and thoroughgoing review of the systems architecture across the two funds. These interventions will be strengthened during the current year. Despite the challenges, funds continue to provide critical social security protection to the workers through the UIF and the compensation fund, which paid almost 4 billion in 2022-24 financial year. The benefits consist of monthly pensions, salaries, funeral benefits, and medical expenses. The compensation fund has developed a tertiary bursary program for dependents of permanently injured and diseased workers. The UIF will strengthen the monitoring of the investment in the public care investment cooperation to ensure due diligence. We are also to report significant progress in recovering the COVID-19 TERS funds, which were wrongly or fraudulently paid. The SIU, the Asset for Future Unit, the President Fusion Center, working with the UIF Follow the Money program, have recovered 61 million as at the 31st March 2023. There have been 60 arrests with 12 individuals sentenced, including a Miss Muremi sentenced to 10 years imprisonment and Mr. LP Gumede sentenced to 20 years. A large number of additional matters are still under investigation. I need to flag the truly national footprint of the department with 9 provincial offices, 126 labor centers, 460 satellite offices, and contact points delivering services across provinces. This is increasingly supplemented by online and digital services, saving clients time and money. We will shortly officially announce partnership to provide the free ATM functionality to print the CF forms. It is also the case that all data and services for UIF, the CF, and public employment services and labor inspections are recorded analyzed and disintegrated to the provincial level. Finally, I need to mention that South Africa's role as the presidency of BRICS during the current year. The second BRICS Employment Working Group, the technical group, met recently in Port Alfred to prepare for the BRICS Summit to be hosted by South Africa in Durban later this year. The technical group is focusing, amongst others, on the relationship between the productivity and employment. I will take the opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister I'm working with, the DG and his team for their commitment. The budget allocation to the department, it's 4 billion, just above 4 billion, 225,000 rand. I move the budget vote 31. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Order. 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 Can we now call on Honorable M.I. Gai to continue with the debate, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment and Labor. Honorable Gai.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to you, greetings to the Minister, greetings to the Deputy Minister, permanent and special delegates. Good afternoon. The ANC government in South Africa has implemented several transformation and productive labor policies over the past 29 years of the democratic dispensation and the end of apartheid. These changes were aimed to addressing the historical injustices and inequalities faced by workers during the apartheid era and creating a more equitable, just and inclusive labor system that did not discriminate against gender, race, or class. The ANC government has always appreciated the importance of workers and their contribution to their respective workplaces and the economy at large. The ANC government introduced labor laws and regulation to protect the rights of workers. The Labor Relations Act and the Basic Condition of Employment Act were enacted to ensure fair treatment, minimum wage standards, and safe working conditions for all employees. These laws also established the mechanism for resolving labor disputes and protecting workers from unfair labor practices. The ANC government implemented the Employment Equity Act to promote equal opportunities, being conscious of acknowledging our past and to eliminate discrimination in the workplace. The Act requires employers to implement affirmative action measures to address historical imbalances and ensure representation of previously disadvantaged groups, predominantly focusing on Black South Africans, women, and people with disabilities in the workforce. The ANC government expanded social protection programs to provide support for vulnerable workers. The Unemployment Insurance Fund, UIF, was strengthened to provide income support for workers who become unemployed, while compensation for occupational injuries and disease Act COIDA established a system for compensating workers who suffer work-related injuries or illnesses. It is this government that emphasized the importance of the skills development and training to enhance the employability of South African workers. The Skills Development Act and the National Skills Development Strategy were introduced to promote skills development programs, apprenticeship, and vocational training initiative to address the skills gap and empower workers with the necessary competencies for the job market. The state has fully recognized and acknowledged the role of trade unions in protecting the rights and interests of workers in the public and private sector. The right to organize and form trade unions is enshrined in the Constitution, and the Labor Relations Act provides a framework for collective bargaining between employers and trade unions. This allows workers to negotiate better wages, improve working conditions, and other benefits. We can concur that despite these transformations, there are ongoing challenges in the labor market, such as a higher unemployment rate, informal employment, and income inequality, paying foreign nationals less to keep wages low. The ANC government continues to work towards addressing these issues through various policies and programs aimed at promoting job creation, economic growth, and social inclusion. The ANC government in South Africa has made significant efforts to improve labor standards and practices. It is important to know that the journey towards ensuring correct labor standards and practices is an ongoing process. And in this process, the government and the country at large have faced numerous challenges and continue to work towards achieving a full, inclusive, and fair labor market. This government can proudly and boastfully say that there have been profound achievements in the labor market. The NC government has implemented policies, including the BBBEE, to address historical inequalities and promote economic transformation. BBBEE encourages companies to meet certain criteria, such as employment equity and skills development, to ensure a more inclusive labor market. The government has fostered social dialogue between labor unions, employers, and other stakeholders. Platforms such as National Economic Development and Labor Council, NEDLAC, allow for collaboration and negotiation on labor-related matters. This council is located directly in the Employment and Labor Department. The improvement of the economy and various socio-economic issues we face as a country remains the main focus of the ANC government. This government has unequivocally chosen to do this through the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, a plan that aims to revitalize and stabilize the economy post the COVID-19 pandemic. This Reconstruction and Recovery Plan highlights the adverse levels of abject poverty, unemployment, and inequality. One of the objects that need to be achieved through the ERRP is economic transformation. South Africa has historically relied heavily on sectors such as mining and agriculture. And as we go through the ERRP, we need to diversify our dependency on sectors. Economic transformation efforts should focus on diversifying the economy by promoting growth of industries such as manufacturing, tourism, information technology, and services. This diversification can reduce dependence on few sectors, create new job opportunities, and enhance economic resilience. The government has been supporting the growth of small and medium-sized enterprises, and it understands that these enterprises are vital for economic transformation. The state has provided support by providing access to finance, mentorship, business development, and simplifying regulatory processes. By fostering an enabling environment for SMMEs, South Africa has been able to stimulate entrepreneurship, innovation, and job creation. Enhancing skill development and education is crucial for economic transformation too. By investing in technical and vocational training programs, for promoting entrepreneurship and aligning education with industry needs, South Africa has developed a greater pool of skilled individuals that meet the demands of emerging sectors, attracting investment and stimulating economic growth. Economic transformation and job creation are crucial pillars in supporting the implementation of the ERRP in South Africa. By diversifying the economy, investing in skills development, supporting SMMEs, promoting infrastructure development, and attracting investment. South Africa can accelerate its economic recovery, reduce unemployment, and promote inclusive growth. A capable, ethical, and developmental state is a state that we should always aspire to be. This goal should not be compromised, because through this type of state, we can boldly be a state that is effective and efficient in carrying out its functions and responsibilities, such as healthcare, education, infrastructure, and security. This type of state is a well-functioning institution, which composes of competent civil servants and efficient administrative system, which adheres to a set of moral principles and values in its action and decision-making processes. Our country should continue prioritizing the well-being and rights of its citizens, respect the rule of law, promote transparency and accountability, and combat corruption. We aspire to be a capable, ethical, and developmental state that focuses on fostering economic growth, social progress, and sustainable development. We should always implement our policies and strategies that aim to improve the living standard of our citizens and address socioeconomic disparities. A feeling of funded post is important in producing an effective and efficient state because it helps the state in maintaining productivity, improve economic growth, building a talented workforce, boosting employee morale and engagement, and ensuring continuity. It is a critical aspect of effective human resource management and contribute to the overall success of the state. The state should always make sure that it is not overstaffed due to financial constraint, but in the same vigor, it should also make sure it is not understaffed, which can prevent it from meeting its work program's targets. Corruption in its numerous manifestations should be condemned and eradicated from our moral fiber as a society. Corruption hampers economic growth and development. It diverts resources away from productive sectors, undermines fair competition, and creates an uneven playing field for businesses. Eliminating corruption helps foster a transparent and conducive environment for investment and entrepreneurship, as well as economic progress. Corruption also deprives resources from essential public service such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure, which are crucial for improving the well-being of citizens, particularly the marginalized and vulnerable population. By eliminating corruption, funds can be directed towards poverty alleviation programs and social welfare initiatives. Corruption affects good governance as it erodes public trust, weakens institutions, and undermines the rule of law. By eliminating corruption, government can enhance transparency, accountability, and integrity in public administration, fostering a culture of good governance. The Minister of Labor has taken effective action against corruption. Most cases, about 80%, have been concluded in 6 months. The Department of Employment and Labor has quite a few entities that work under it so that the department can reach its goals. One of them is the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration, CCMA, which is mandated to advance social justice and fairness in the workplace by providing services for institution building, education, training and development, and effective administration that are ethical, high quality, creative, and cost-effective. Another entity is Productivity SA, which is mandated by government, organized labor, and organized business to increase the economic's productive capacity and improve the competitiveness of South Africa. These entities, as well as others under the department, are there to enable and assist the department in achieving greater goal of the ANC government, which is a better life for all, a life where everyone is able to prosper and reach their dreams in a democratic, non-racist, non-sexist, and just South Africa. Job preservation and job creation is the main focus of the department's programs and its entities, and it is the focus of this budget policy debate. The ANC support the budget vote of the Employment and Labor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. The next will be Honorable S. Boshoff from the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, honourable members, honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, fellow South Africans, good day. The signing of the Employment Equity Amendment Act by the President has left many with a bitter taste, as it feels as if this country, instead of moving forward, is stagnating by implementing apartheid regime regulations that do not have the best interest of all South Africans at heart, nor takes us a step closer out of the ruin your governing party has subjected us to all. This latest amendment is nothing but a core part of your government's racial nationalist agenda, which in the end will do little to nothing to attract investment. If, as you and your government say, South Africa is seen by the world as an emerging market with great prospects, we would have seen a surge in investments. The contrary is occurring. We are being shunned from the likes of the G7 as we no longer speak for the African continent. Honourable Minister, to attract large-scale investment, South Africa is its own worst enemy, with the likes of government-decreed racial quotas, power cuts, high rates of crime and corruption, and last but not least, a deteriorating infrastructure crisis. The tightening of laws on racial quotas definitely add to the long list of deterrents. Why, Minister, are you and your government forever laying barbed wire and deep trenches in the paths of investors? I agree, transformation is needed. The imbalances of the past must be addressed, but to resort to changing outcomes of society, disincentives, individual responsibility, and the importance of hard work. You cannot deny that quotas on racial hiring will stand out as an impediment, as companies with a workforce of more than 50 employees must, I reiterate, must and should not hire based on race and not merit. Furthermore, signing in of this act provides you, Minister, with a large degree of ministerial discretion when it comes to racial quotas, more reporting requirements for companies, and last but not least, tough penalties for breaking the law. Under the newly signed act, the minimum penalty is 2% of turnover and a maximum is 10%. This, Minister, is nothing but a strong incentive for companies to remain below the radar and only expand on their labor force as a last resort. Would you therefore not agree that this is a perverse incentive in a country with one of the world's highest unemployment rates, which, as you know, stands at 32.9%? You should drop your head in shame. Furthermore, this will, in all probability, lead to employers doing a pencil test to escape any fines that could bankrupt them. This pencil test is profoundly antithetical to non-racialism, which is a Section 1 constitutional value. Companies that employ less than 50 people remain exempt from the Act. However, all firms that wish to sell to government must still receive a compliance certificate that they meet the racial hiring quotas. How will this be monitored, Honourable Minister? One peculiar outcome is that companies could face the prospect of endlessly having to shift the racial composition of their workforces to comply with your whimsical ideas. by shifting the racial composition will negatively impact on promotion and remuneration for years of loyalty and experience. This will, in all probability, lead to the most qualified setting up their own firms or immigrating to countries where they can reach their potential, leaving this country with another skills deficit. Institutional memory and experience in firms will be totally lost. It will definitely not advance the poor, but will rather hurt them by choking off the potential investment, growth, and jobs. It will not promote equality, and it will only increase the large gap between the current elitists and the 11.3 million Black people mired in unemployment and destitution. Minister, another negative with this new act, is that foreign companies that do not go along with government directives on racial hiring could and will be charged with discriminatory practices in their home countries. Hear that again, in their home countries. This is absolutely ludicrous. Would you not say that all domestic anti-discrimination laws will be considerably damaging in your attempts at racial engineering? I would say so. The banning of the employment of colored and Indian South Africans in certain economic sectors and provinces should be rejected by all. This regulation repeats the painful apartheid era Group Areas Act, where certain races were confined to specific areas and jobs. And this coming from a party that will campaign on the liberation of South Africa from apartheid next year. Absolutely disgusting. I'm sure the racial groups you are discriminating against will not be too nice to you at the elections next year. This new act will definitely be challenged by various stakeholders, of which the DA is one. Why do I say so? Because, Minister, this act will undoubtedly lead to more unemployment and more poverty. It will inflame racial tensions, lead to a flight of skills, and trigger further disinvestment in an economy where 7 out of 10 young people already cannot find work. Finally, Minister and members, this piece of legislation is so complex and not quite understandable and plausible. It is also common knowledge that the minister, his party, and his department are not owning up to their dismal failure in creating a conducive environment for job creation and are seeking every single other avenue to secure voters for next year's election. For your information, Minister and Deputy Minister and the ANC, voters are well informed and will stand by those who will fight you and your party from implementing this racial piece of legislation. Thank you.
When I was younger, the paper could not go through you. We know where it's coming from. Honorable Marihane was supposed to debate now, but she's indicated that she is not in good health. And we will now call on Honorable KM Moimang, Mosimane Hape, Kenny Moimang, to
Ke tutlile matsatsa modula stulo wa ntlo ya kgaolo ya di province. Let me also extend a word of greetings to honorable members and a special word of greetings to the minister and the DM and the public at large. Allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress to pledge support to the vote of employment and labor, Honorable Deputy Chair, because its mandate includes assisting in the elimination of unemployment, poverty, and inequality in the country. And this is done through the formulation and implementation of policies and programs which ensure job creation and preservation, enforcing compliance with labor laws and regulations, as well as creating equitable and conducive work environments. The DM and the minister must continue doing their progressive work and not be deterred by those that lost 3 million voters in the last local government election, Honorable Minister. The department's work is carried out in partnership with a variety of stakeholders, including provincial governments who play an important role in the implementation of the department's policies. In the implementation of these policies, provinces must tailor this to the province's unique circumstances and prioritize issues and goals. Honorable Deputy Chair, this intergovernmental collaboration enables the department to better align its strategies and ensure far-reaching consensus. Honorable Deputy Chair, the policy priorities of the department are committed to assisting people in making informed work-related decisions, simplifying access to developmental programs, placing job seekers, and digitalizing the department systems, and making the job seeking process more convenient for the unemployed. Furthermore, it is charged with improving collaboration with stakeholders and ensuring that business adhere to the department's regulations. And therefore we must continue to transform this sector, Honorable Minister. The ANC-led government remains steadfast in finding creative solutions to create jobs. According to the ANC's 55th conference resolution, I quote, "We must transform and grow the economy so that it creates jobs and empower Africans in particular and Blacks in general, particularly the youth, women, and people who live in townships and rural areas." There's nothing new. We have always defined the content of our national democratic revolutions as the emancipation of the Black people in general and African peoples in particular, given their conditions in which we find ourselves as the historical disadvantaged people. Honorable Deputy Chair, we must introduce new measures to cut red tape and ensure small enterprises, cooperatives, and informal business, particularly those owned by women and young people, have effective means of raising finances and accessing markets. The department's policies priorities are clear and are anticipated to expedite job creation, enhance employment prospect, and ensure job creation. However, mechanisms must be put in place to ensure that there are adequate monitoring and evaluation systems for programs. This necessitates ongoing policy evaluation and modification to allow for appropriate adjustment to distinct conditions in order to accommodate the beneficiaries' needs and concerns. Honorable Deputy Chair, one of the priority areas of the ANC-led government is articulated in its policies and National Development Plan, Vision 2030, is the elimination of the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And according to the ANC's 50th National Conference, slow economic growth recovery threatens the economic development of the country. Despite the government's efforts to address socioeconomic challenges, major challenges of perpetual rising cost of living impact on the life circumstances for the majority of our people. Honorable Deputy Chair, all sectors and stakeholders, including government, business, civil society, and labor, must work together to combat unemployment. Together, these stakeholders must develop coordinated strategies to address changing economic conditions and labor market dynamics. We have seen this, Honorable Deputy Chair, during the COVID-19, where there were limited economic activities. We saw most businesses collapsing, but in response to that, the ANC-led government, through the Unemployment Insurance Fund, launched the COVID-19 Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme. This scheme, as indicated, was to ease the financial burden on business by assisting them with funds to continue their operations and pay employees. The support provided enabled employees and families to sustain their livelihoods and preserve their jobs in instances where businesses would have let them go due to constrained revenue generation. It is important, Honorable Chair, to reflect on what the Minister said on the 2 years anniversary of the launch of tariffs. I quote, set up COVID-19 tariffs was made after extensive deliberation and concurrence with social partner at NETLAC. Equally, the pronouncement was in line with the department's mission, which highlights, among others, reducing unemployment and poverty through policies and programs developed in consultation with social partners. It is important, Honorable Deputy Chair, to note that the ANC-led government has made remarkable strides in the development and implementation of policies which seeks to eliminate racism, inequality, promote social cohesion. However, despite these efforts, the legacies of colonialization and apartheid continue to be deeply entrenched in our country, economically, socially, institutionally, and systematically. The reversal of these legacies, Honorable Deputy Chair, is nuanced and comes with both progress and setbacks. The country still faces, Honorable House Chair, numerous challenges, such as the triple challenges, and the ANC-led government remains committed towards the elimination of all forms of oppression and the realization of a better life for all. Honorable Deputy Chair, in our interface with the department on the 25th April 2023, a reflection was made on their program 1234, which encapsulates administration, inspection and enforcement services, public employment service, and labor industrial relations. Indeed, these priority areas, Honorable Chair, as the ANC, we concur that they cover a variety of factors related to employment development, preservation, compliance with laws and regulations, and assuring representation and protection of the rights of marginalized groups. Marginalized group, I underline, Chair, so that we must not be misled by parties that are entrapped in the politics of race. Honorable House Chair, the priority areas further demonstrates the essence of oversight mechanism relating to how initiatives are funded, sustained, and improved through monitoring and evaluation mechanism, as well as through collaborative efforts. Indeed, House Chair, stabilization of entities such as UIF Compensation Fund are quite critical to support the workers, particularly the downtrodden and the poor, the working class and the poor. Productivity South Africa is critical in supporting economic efficiency as well. These entities, House Chair, can provide employees with financial assistance, mediate conflicts, promote a secure and healthy work environment, and increase output. These factors combine work together to create conditions that are conducive and favorable for long-term employment prospects, economic growth, and the creation of new jobs. To effectively utilize the Department of Labor and Employment entities as avenues for employment growth, governance, and financial management must be improved and enhanced. Honorable House Chair, the department also has oversight over various entities, supported employment enterprise, the PSA, the NETLAC, the UIF, CCSMA, the effectiveness, transparency, management of financial expenditure, and investor confidence in these entities can be enhanced through good governance and financial management. This could result in the successful execution of employment creation and preservation of policies, programs, and economic development. Honorable House Chair, the high cost of living has a direct impact on the lives of the workers, since it reduces their financial well-being and buying power. Inflation is a major contributor that affects the high cost of living by raising the cost of goods and services. Workers are currently feeling the effects of inflation due to the rising cost of electricity, healthcare, fuel, transportation, food, and so on. Furthermore, the geopolitics has an impact on the cost of life. For example, the Russia-Ukraine war has negatively affected our import of goods and fuel costs. Therefore, the financial contributions of some of the entities of the department includes UIF if workers pay out if they lose their jobs or are unable to work due to maternity illness, etc., from a portion of contribution workers make through monthly deduction. Secondly, the compensation fund is able to offer compensation and benefits to workers who incur work-related illness, injuries, or fatalities. CCMA is critical in the maintenance of the work relationship through mediation over disputes between the employer and employee with the intention to arrive at a mutually agreeable resolution with no loss of jobs. Where amicable resolution cannot be achieved, the CCMA can ensure compensation for any wrongdoing of the employees. Honorable House Chair, the Department of Employment and Labor has important objectives, including investing in the employment creation, enhancing the lives of workers by focusing on matching job seekers with suitable employment opportunities, investing in occupational health and safety initiatives, ensuring fair employment practices, protecting workers' rights, and promoting inclusive growth. The department's entities can contribute to economic growth, to social development, and improved livelihoods. These entities may contribute to making working people's lives better, fostering economic growth, and creating a society that is more equitable and prosperous through this initiative. Indeed, Honorable House Chair, in our interaction with the department, there are 3 recommendations that are quite critical for the next coming 11 months. The key to that, Honorable House Chair, is improving the performance and exploring alternative funding and financing sources to support the growth and expansion of the supported employment enterprises. Ensuring the continuity and sustainability of the supported employment enterprises initiative is critical as it plays a vital role in fostering inclusivity, obtaining more financial resources pivotal to this success, which can increase and improve training programs, assist marginalized groups, enhance skills development, job placement, promote the use of technologies. Second, areas that we will be focusing on in the coming 11 months is that the Minister of Employment and Labor must engage the Minister of Finance to consider additional resource allocation to scale up spending in labor market intervention programs to address unemployment, poverty, and alternative. This is quite critical because we need comprehensive strategies with quantifiable outcomes that are required to secure additional resources allocation for scaling up spending in labor market intervention programs intended to address unemployment. That one, House Chair, the department to scale coordination of the employment program. The ANC policy affirmed the recommendation that labor market intervention program cannot be solely placed in the public sector, and that collaboration with the private sector, post-secondary institutions, and other relevant stakeholders should be strengthened. And that the ANC-led government further affirms the need for the minister through the department should strengthen policy, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting in order to improve coordinations. In conclusion, the primary benefit of the province-led policy implementation for job creation is a reduction in unemployment and poverty. As a result of these policies, we may be able to easily identify and apply for employment. Their skills development and job placement become simpler. Honorable House Chair, the ANC support the budget policy vote of employment and labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mema. Colleagues, when we started, the Deputy Chair indicated that delegates on the virtual platform at all times must have their electronic devices muted. You unmute once you have been allowed by the presiding office. And I don't know, Acting Chief Whip, you have to engage Honorable Moss from the Western Cape. Consistently, even when the minister started, and almost all the speakers, it's a disruption now. It's a final warning. If it's going to happen again, I'm going to kick her out of the house. Because it's consistently, it's a disruption what is happening, Honorable Moss. Can you remain muted? I'll now invite Honorable Mokause, the next speaker who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for the Department of Employment and Labor. We reject this budget, which is responsible for a decade-long trend of rising unemployment, which has continued unabated without any viable solution to speak of. House Chair, just last week, Statistics South Africa published its first quarter labor force survey for 2023, which revealed an increase in the number of unemployment between 11.2 million. Black African women remains the most vulnerable, with an unemployment rate of 39.9%, which is 4.5% points higher than the national average of women at 35.4%. House Chairperson, this demonstrates a systematic and structural economic barriers which continue to hamper the economic participation of Black African women in this country. The Black African population suffers unemployment rate of 37.2%, higher than the national average and other population groups. House Chair, significantly, the lack of economic transformation post the apartheid government. Most worrying is how 3.7 million young people aged 15 to 24 are not in employment, educated, nor in training institution. This is a worrying factor for the incoming government of the Economic Freedom Fighters. House Chair, the graduate unemployment has also increased in the last decade under the ruling party, which points to a betrayal of our educated youth who were promised a brighter future with their degrees, but now face a barren unemployment landscape. House Chair, the Minister has offered no support for South African graduates or put any measures in place to track graduates and assess their needs. South Africa's unemployment rate has remained the highest in the world. The street of KwaZakele, Konke, Duncan Village, Mdantsane, Tua in the Eastern Cape, and throughout South Africa are all filled with youth, Black youth in particular, who are roaming the street without purpose. Year in and year out, Statistics South Africa draws a very scary picture of government failure to create jobs for South Africans. The reality is that with the current government still in power, there will never be any change in terms of current state of employment. We are losing young people to hopelessness because of the lack of industrial development in South Africa. The youth of our country are left to drown in depression, and our graduates are on the street begging for any kind of job that might come their way. Chair, that is a disgrace to a Black child. The EFF has previously, in the previous budget votes, made an appeal of a leadership which will pass legislation that will ensure that all government departments and all public institutions employ a minimum of 40% of people between the ages of 18 and 35. House Chair, that has not happened. we need to pass legislation that will ensure that all government departments and all public institutions spend about 50% of their procurement budget on youth-owned businesses, not on tenderpreneurs who are funding the ruling party. House Chair, we need to ensure that all private corporations employ a minimum of 35% of people between the ages of 18 and 35. The EFF persistently offered feasible solutions to the mounting unemployment problems in South Africa. Yet these suggestions seem to be disregarded by the ruling party. For what is required is a leadership which will advocate for a nationalization of strategic sectors of the economy, building state and government capacity, delivery of free quality education, health, houses and sanitation, and massive protected industrial development to create millions of sustainable job opportunities. All of the above are necessary changes to bring in place so that we may have a positive employment impact of a long term. Minister, wake up, implement all our proposals and make it easy for the EFF when they take over government come 2024 so that we run a smooth government to take South Africans out of the unemployment and to deliver economic freedom in our lifetime. House Chair, as the EFF celebrates its 10th year this year, 2023, many said we will not make it. We are here 10 years later. We urge all workers and the unemployed to join us in demanding immediate action to stabilize electricity supply, enhance funding for institutions like Statistics South Africa, and initiate a path towards authentic economic recovery. House Chair, as the EFF, we reject this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me acknowledge and welcome the Honorable Minister of Public Service and Administration, Honorable Kivit, in the NCOP, and the officials of the Department of Public Service and Administration in the NCOP. I'll now invite Honorable Mbonyane from the Eastern Cape. I think it's on the virtual platform. Yeah, Honorable Mbonyane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to you, honorable members of the NCOP, Minister of Employment and Labor. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to say all protocol observed. Honorable members, I stand before you to welcome the budget tabled by the Department of Employment and Labor through Honorable Minister Thulas Nxesi. The issues of employment, honorable members, and labor are pressing issues that have received the undivided attention of our government. We find ourselves confronted with significant challenges of unemployment, particularly when it comes to our youth. It should also concern all of us, honorable members, that we have young graduates who are unemployed and large number of young people who are not in employment, education, or training. We cannot have the energy of such large number of young people not engaged in productive work. It is in the interest of both government and the private sector to devise means to engage the unemployed youth in productive work and skills programs. From the start of the sixth administration, honorable members, the president outlined the economic growth and job creations were key priorities of the sixth administration. To fulfill this priority, the president initiated the South African Investment Conference in 2018 to attract investors to our country, which would in return contribute to economic growth and job creation. He set a target of 1.2 trillion over 5 years amid a lot of skepticism from doubting Thomases. But guess what, honorable members? Last month at the annual South African Investment Conference, the country reached just above 1.5 trillion investment pledges. This emboldens the president to set a new target of 2 trillion over the next 5 years. I'm highlighting this, honorable members, because through the investment that our country has gained in unemployment, has gained since 2018, we have been able to see a reduction in unemployment numbers, with more people getting employment, particularly between the fourth quarter of 2020 and the fourth quarter of 2022. In my province, Honorable Chair, the positive net effect of the investments that we have received, such as Aspen and Isuzu, have led to an unprecedented decline in the unemployment rate in our province. The unemployment rate in our province was sitting at 47.9% in the fourth quarter of 2020, and it was at 42.1% in quarter 4 of 2022. In the 2023 quarter 1 labor force survey results released last week, the unemployment rate in our province is down by 2.1% to 40.0%. This means that in the first quarter of 2023, honorable members, we had 43,000 new jobs in the formal sector and 17,000 new jobs created in the informal sector as contributors to the drop in the unemployment rate. So we agree with you, Honorable Minister, that there is a glimmer of hope in our fight against unemployment. Honorable Chair, we welcome the interventions that have been made by the Sixth Administration to address youth unemployment in the country. Initiatives such as Presidential Youth Employment Initiative have really assured our youth that we are a government that cares about the plight of young people. In our province, Honorable Chair, the implementation of phase 4 of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative is underway, employing more than 33,000 young people in our schools as education assistants, reading champions, and handymen. This is a program that has made a serious dent on youth unemployment, and we must continue with it as ANC-led government, as a state-led initiative to get our people working. We must also be alive, Honorable Chair, to the fact that we have people who are over 30 years of age who feel excluded in government programs and employment initiatives. In our quest to address youth unemployment, we must not unintentionally exclude other productive citizens of our country from contributing to the nation building. We must strike a balance between introducing new energy and ideas in workplaces, but also we need to appreciate the wisdom and experience of the older workforce. We welcome, Honorable Chair, the pronouncement by the Minister that in 2023-24 financial year, the Department of Employment and Labour will launch a number of new youth employment projects from June across the provinces. Honorable Chair, I hope that the allocation of those youth employment projects will reflect where the greatest need is. The Eastern Cape sits with the highest youth unemployment rate in the country, and therefore should benefit the most from your programs, Honorable Minister, if we are using empirical evidence to take decisions. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister is spot on when he says that his department must not lose sight of its traditional mandate to regulate the labour market and labour relations. The ANC-led government has been central in creating and protecting sound labour relations that put the interest of the working class first. We are committed, honourable members, to advance those gains even further. We acknowledge the pressing need to enhance the structure of our work labour market to absorb the vast pool of untapped talent. We are creating an economy that is not only capable of generating employment, but also poised to absorb the levels of unemployment, especially in our rural provinces, such as Eastern Cape. One of the foremost challenges we are facing is the low levels of education in certain regions, leading to a lack of skills and opportunities for the local population. Furthermore, Honorable Chair, there exists stagnation in the economy, hindering job creation and exacerbating the unemployment crisis. Additionally, we observe a concentration of industry in only few sectors, further limiting the possibilities for employment growth and diversification. To overcome these challenges, honorable members, and seize the opportunity that lie ahead, we must take decisive decisions. We must call upon the national government to strike a balance that allows the flexibility and expanding job opportunities by creating an environment conducive to business growth and investment. We can foster the emergence of new enterprises and industries, thus generating employment on a larger scale. In our pursuit of inclusive growth, we must also prioritize the strengthening of laws that protect workers' rights to a safe work environment and prevent occupational hazards. Workers deserve to be assured of their physical well-being while engaging in their daily tasks. By establishing stringent safety regulations and enforcing their implementation, we can ensure that every worker is protected and afforded a secure work environment. Furthermore, honorable members, it is imperative that we develop legislation to support provision for compensation and preparation for occupational diseases, particularly for ex-mine workers and individuals who have suffered irreparably due to the negligence of their employers. These individuals, honorable members, have made invaluable contribution to our economy and our society, and it is our duty to support them during times of need. By implementing comprehensive legislation and support system, we can ensure that those affected receive the care, compensation, and assistance they deserve. Lastly, Honorable Chair, I urge government to engage with the National Economic Development and Labour Council to address key policy issues that impact wages, workers' protection in essential services, and the promotion of living wage. By fostering dialogue and collaboration between the government, employers, and trade unions, we can develop policies that not only address the immediate needs of workers, but also contribute to sustainable economic growth. It is through these concentrated efforts that we can uplift our workforce, promote social justice, and build a more prosperous nation for all. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and honorable members, let us work together to create an environment that fosters growth, unlocks the potential of every South African to contribute meaningfully to our common future. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Baren Host in the chamber.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, Two Oceans, fellow South Africans, good day. This has been said a few times today in the House, Minister, but I'm going to say it again because you should hang your head in shame every time it's been said. The official unemployment rate was 32.9% in the first quarter of 2023. You said so yourself. The number of unemployed persons increased by 179,000 to 7.9 million people during the same quarter. These statistics place the unemployment rate in South Africa as one of the highest in the world. Unemployment in South Africa is influenced by various factors. First and foremost, there is no doubt that the apartheid-era policies, and I recognize this, created significant disparities in education skills and access to opportunities. This has led to a mismatch, though, between the skills possessed by job seekers and the skills demanded by the labor market. But this is nothing new, Minister. The ANC government knew this in 1994. Since then, they've paid lip service to the education system in South Africa, and thus faces challenges such as inadequate resources, poor quality of education, in certain areas, very high dropout rate.
Kiva.
Honorable, why don't you come back to the House, please?
Honorable Mkiva, please. It's a final warning.
See, my clock is still running here too.
No, you can continue. I'll give
Thank
you
you,
time.
Chair.
Don't worry.
These factors contribute to a lack of skills and qualifications amongst job seekers, making it difficult for them to find employment. This, honourable members, is exacerbated by the fact that the South African economy has experienced sluggish growth in recent years. Slow economic growth leads to limited job creation opportunities, worsening unemployment rates. Factors such as political uncertainty, policy inconsistency, and concerns about crime and corruption have hindered foreign direct investment in South Africa. The so-called champions of the workers have not helped either. Labour market regulations and practices such as strict labour laws, high minimum wages, and complicated hiring and firing processes have deterred employers from hiring new workers, particularly amongst the small and medium-sized enterprises. Addressing these causes of unemployment requires comprehensive policies and interventions that focus on improving education and skills development, fostering economic growth, promoting investment, addressing labour market inefficiencies, and tackling social challenges. It is important to note that the ANC has been the ruling party since the end of apartheid in 1994, and therefore its policies have had significant influence on the country's socio-economic landscape, including the labour market, the ANC policies. There have been concerns about policy uncertainty and inconsistency, which have had a negative effect on business confidence and foreign investment. Uncertainty surrounding issues such as land reform, mining regulations, and the overall business environment has deterred investment and hindered job creation. The mismanagement and inefficiencies of state-owned enterprises such as Eskom and South African Airways have placed a further burden on our economy. These entities have required significant bailouts, diverting resources that could have been used for other developmental purposes and job creation. Corruption has been a persistent challenge in South Africa and has undermined economic growth and investment. Corruption has diverted resources, undermined public trust, and deterred investors and ultimately impacting on job creation. The DA-led Western Cape, on the other hand, has initiated policy interventions to address the multifaceted nature of this issue, focusing on education and skills development, economic growth, investment promotion, and tackling corruption and governance challenges. These policies have borne fruit. The latest unemployment statistics in the Western Cape has demonstrated, yet again, that effective governance can significantly impact employment rates. The unemployment rate in this province is 21.6%, compared to the national average mentioned by yourself earlier, Minister, of 32.9%. To quote my colleague in the National Assembly, Dr. Michael Cardo, when speaking about this province is a lighthouse amidst the storm of national governmental failures. And how does the minister react to all of this? Instead of being willing to learn from the DA, he ranted and raved in this very house last week that the Western Cape had geographical advantages. Mentions were made of oceans and mountains, and the privileges bequeathed by a dismantled apartheid regime. It's ludicrous. These intellectually lazy outbursts, Minister, are symptomatic of a desperate government incapable of facing up to their own bureaucratic ineptitude. A party blinded by ideology to a thriving example of excellence in their own country, being the Western Cape. An organization resorting to racial divisions to evade confronting their own manifest failures. Honourable Chair, as I conclude, this government and this minister have no desire to learn, to develop and to govern well. This budget reflects that. You can continue down this road year after year, but next year you'll be punished for taking South Africans for granted. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me also acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Public Service Administration, Honorable Plenary Machake. You are welcome in the NCOP. I'll now invite the Deputy Minister of Labour and Employment, Honorable Moloe.
sorry, for that. Thank you so much, House Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity also to acknowledge honorable members of the NCOP, led by the Deputy Chairperson amongst us, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, our Minister of Employment and Labor, Ntate Thulas Nxesi, all ministers and deputy ministers who are present on the virtual platform. Allow me, Chair, to acknowledge Honorable Chair of the Select Committee, Ntate Gai, and members of the Select Committee, and all honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Honorable members, I'm sure you will notice from the tone of the minister that our focus and energies have now shifted towards talking less as a department, as we are more about demonstrating all achievements by the department. So allow me, Honorable House Chairperson, to limit my input to a few highlights which we will be my immediate actually touch points. Our department's honorable members is a typical governance model and a direct response to the provincial, district, and local demands and challenges faced by communities on a daily basis. We exist in all 9 provinces, led by the most capable men and women, the chief directors, provincial operations, our CDPOs. I trust that all honorable members of the Select Committee, Honorable House Chair, have been to our provincial offices, so they will attest to this. And otherwise, I challenge members, honorable members, to just name one CDPO in any province that is failing in their duty. My humble appeal, honorable members, to all honorable members in this House, is to engage our offices in provinces during your oversights, visits, and to also report such matters that may be deemed to of disservice to our people, because it serves no purpose to raise these issues actually only in meetings and in the House when there are cameras, Honorable House Chair. Cameras and meetings don't serve our people, I must say. I must also say, Honorable House Chair, that our labor centers, which are at the doorstep of communities, continue to remain the infrastructure and enabler for district development perfection. So due to our mandate and the existing infrastructure and the demand nature of our services, the department has been involved in the presidential imbizos, and the minister and I have also been stretching the resources of the department across the length and breadth of the country in many other collaborations and outreach programs with national departments, the districts, and the local municipalities. Honorable House Chair and honorable members, the service delivery sites of the Department of Employment and Labor include but not limited to, of course, 9 provincial offices, 126 labor centers, 30 satellite offices, 41 Tucson service centers, and 447 visiting points across the country. And I must also now give you the provincial breakdown, and it is as follows: that in the Eastern Cape, honorable members, the department delivers services at 16 labor centers, 5 satellite offices, and 76 visiting points. In Free State, we've got 11 labor centers, 3 satellite offices, 4 Tucson service centers, and 69 visiting points. In Gauteng, we have 26 labor centers, 1 satellite office, and 3 visiting points. In KZN, we've got 16 labor centers, 2 satellite offices, and 11 Tucson service centers, and 37 visiting points. In Limpopo, you've got 13 labor centers, 8 satellite offices, 7 Tucson service centers, and 19 visiting points. In Mpumalanga, honorable members, we've got 14 labor centers, 3 satellite offices, 10 Tucson service centers, and 26 visiting points. In Northern Cape, so we've got 7 labor centers, 3 two-zone service centers, and 89 visiting points. In Northwest, where I come from, we've got 10 labor centers, 6 two-zone service centers, and 24 visiting points. In this province of the Western Cape, as I finish with the provinces, the department delivers, honorable members, services at 12 labor centers, 8 satellite offices, and 104 visiting points. The reconfiguration, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, the reconfiguration of the department is meant to address the employment mandate of the department and to respond in the most effective way in creating a conducive environment for employment creation. So the department is implementing a project to reconfigure and unbundle the UIF and the compensation fund from the department to allow these entities to actually operate as Schedule 3A entities. So the project actually commenced in the first quarter of 2023-24, and it is estimated to be completed within a period of 24 months. Despite all the challenges at the compensation fund, honorable members, during the 2022-23 financial year, the compensation fund paid benefits to the total amount of 4 billion rands. And these funds, honorable members, were spent on the monthly benefits, medical invoices, and funding of the injured workers' rehabilitation programs, reskilling and reintegration, as well as funding bursaries to youth, especially those who are dependents to the injured workers. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, in the 2023-24 budget, we have actually 36 kiosks with service delivery capabilities will be deployed to strategic areas across the country. 11 buses across the 9 provinces have been procured. We currently, I must also say that we have installed, free Wi-Fi has already been rolled out at all our 126 labor centers across the country. I must say, honorable members, that the department is in the process of implementing a number of strategies to reduce the length of queues at the labor centers, and I'm sure it is a complaint of all the honorable members about the issues of the queues. We are actually in the process of reappointment of queue marshals to direct the clients effectively, efficiently to the correct service areas, and this process has to be fast-tracked after the contract of the queue marshals actually lapsed. And we are in the process now also of appointing more than 2,500 client service officers to deal with UIF applications and payments more effectively. The upgrade of ICT systems to enable clients to register as work seekers and be referred for employment and other income generating opportunities online. The implementation, we are currently also busy with the implementation of a UIF USSD and mobile application that allows all UIF clients to apply online and submit payment continuation forms, any other required documents, and make inquiries online, and thus finalizing their claims without having to visit the labor center at any time. This is currently being rolled out, and this service is available at no cost, I must emphasize. But also currently, all ABSA clients can now generate their UIF completed bank forms at all ABSA ATMs, which is one of the achievements of the department. Honorable House Chairperson, for far too long, we have been criticized for the number of inspections in the provinces. The department is on the verge of achieving a historic 300,000 mark in terms of the number of inspections conducted in one financial year. This is a commendable and unprecedented milestone, Honorable House Chair, and I'm sure you will have said that it needs a round of applause. Honorable members, our ESA Our ESA upgrades in the second quarter will add some additional capacity on our program to render more services to the work seekers and to expand on the number of employers with opportunities that will be loaded on the system. The department will launch mobile units equipped with devices that will be used for provision of life skills advice, interviewing skills, and various other programs that can help work seekers as they transition to the labor market. We will continue to pursue government departments to utilize our ESA services for all government recruitment initiatives. Honorable House Chairperson, as I conclude, it is for the same reason that there are long queues at the banks, the retail stores, the post offices, and others, that there are queues at our labor centers. When people leave those queues from our labor centers, they go straight to the bank, obviously to withdraw money, to feed their families from the claims and benefits that we pay them as a department. We stand in queues here in Parliament, honorable members, to get to this chamber. We will be in queues even when we leave here. It is for the same reasons that those who benefit from our services stand in the queues. The day some of our honorable members realize the value of what the people stand in the labor centers queues for, it will be when they are in those queues themselves for our services, and only then will they start to appreciate the work that we do as the Department of Employment and Labor, and the work that is done by those in the labor centers. I must say also, unfortunately, Honorable House Chair, it is the nature of our service that there will always be queues at our labor centers. We serve the ex-mine workers in the labor sending areas across SADC, and they are surviving children and widows of the surviving children and widows of the ex-mine workers. We serve the domestic workers and their sons and daughters who most often than not raise some of your children here. We serve the most unserved, the most vulnerable, the underprivileged, the unfairly dismissed by some amongst honorable members here in this august house. We serve those who are denied access to their benefits by some of you honorable members who refuse to sign their UI 19 forms just to frustrate them. We pay claims to the intended beneficiaries. We preserve jobs and we protect the sons and daughters of the workers. We do all this while some honorable members in this august house are pushing back against sectoral targets. We serve our people, and that is our daily business. And one day we shall let it sink. Honorable House Chairperson, allow me at this point in time to thank our Minister, Ndate Thulas Nxesi, the DG of our department, and Ndate Tobile Lamati, and the entire staff of the Department of Employment and Labor for demonstrating the commitment to serve the less fortunate than ourselves. I support the tabling and adoption of the budget vote 13 of the Department of Employment and Labor, and I thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, I pledge my remaining minutes to my minister when he concludes for sweeping.
Yeah. It means if you have 7, it's 2. It's 2. She's giving you 2. Thank you, Honorable TM. The next speaker is Honorable Dutoy, who's in the chamber. Honorable Dutoy.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Agbare voorsitter, die standse donker wolk wat oor Suid-Afrika hang, en een van die baie faktore wat tot hierdie mistroostigheid bydra, is die werkloosheidssyfer wat jaar na jaar net groter en groter word. Die regering wen ongelukkig nie daadwerklike pogings aan om daarvan ontslae te raak nie. Inteendeel, hulle stel eerder strenge raswette in om daartoe by te dra en vir hulself 'n staanplek by die trog te probeer verseker. Minister, wees verseker dat die Vryheidsfront Plus met ander belanghebbendes hierdie raswette in die howe sal beveg Ons sal nie stil bly nie, ons sal nie stil sit nie. Ons is besig. Wat ons ervaar, voorsitter, is strenge regulasies met arbeids- en diensneming, meer besoeke deur amptenare aan werksplekke, dreigemente van 'n hegtenisname, soos die minister gedoen het, 'n vervolging en meer beloftes vir finansiële hulp en ondersteuning aan jou geëtiketeerde en ANC gedemoniseerde ondersteuners. Wat is die rede vir hierdie benarde posisie waarin Suid-Afrika homself vind, voorsitter? Die Suid-Afrikaanse ekonomie het voor die COVID-ramptoestand reeds op die rand van 'n afgrond gestaan. Die regering het besighede en inwoners met die spreekwoordelike mes hulle kele afgesny met ANC-regulasies wat in werking gestel is. Besighede het selektief hulp ontvang en die regering het daarmee die ekonomie die finale nekslag toegedien. Meer as 3 miljoen werksgeleenthede het as gevolg daarvan in die slag gebly. Daarna die Julie 2021 onrus, te danke aan die ANC se politieke rein, 'n verdere 2 miljoen werksgeleenthede, mense wat hul werke verloor het. Die minister van elektrisiteit het voorverlede week op hierdie podium gestaan en vir ons gesê dat daar in die jaar 2022 sowat 600 werksgeleenthede ten gronde gegaan het en verlore gegaan het as gevolg van die impak van beerdkrag. Hy het verder gegaan om te sê dat daar in hierdie jaar 2023 volgens hulle verwag word dat 'n verdere 850.000 mense hulle werk gaan verloor as gevolg van die impak van beerdkrag. Voorsitter, teen die einde 2023 as ons al hierdie bymekaar tel, sal daar as gevolg van die ANC sedert 2020 6.45 miljoen mense hulle werke verloor het in Suid-Afrika. 6.45 miljoen mense, voorsitter, jobs lost, families ruined, livelihoods destroyed by the ANC. You must not be arrogant to boast on this podium that you're a caring government, a job-creating ministry. You're not only part of the problem, Minister, you are the problem by imposing legislation like this. Post-1994 racist laws got us where we are now. Remove politics and government interference from this labour sector and create an environment that is conducive for economic growth and allow the people of South Africa to work, be employed and prosper. Ribakla Godira, Chair. Tinafuna Sabenza, the people wants to work. It's up to South Africa. It's up to us to take our dignity back. Heel wat jeug is tans op hul knieë, voorsitter, maar moet dit nie as 'n swakheid sien nie. Dis waar ons krag kry. Ons is tot alles in staat deur hom wat vir ons die krag gee. Stand up and register to vote in this coming elections. Stand strong and vote Freedom Front Plus in 2024. And stand proud and get the ANC out of government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Hatebe Pungane on the virtual platform. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Statistics show that South Africa is projected to see the highest jobless rate globally. As the most industrialized nation on the African continent, our unemployment rate is estimated to hit 35.6% this year, meaning that over 1 in 3 persons in the country will be unemployed. This is embarrassingly the highest in the world. This negative and stagnant economic growth, coupled with excessive corruption and unmonitored control over power utilities, is what has set the stage for one of the worst economic periods since democracy. The hopelessness that is a result of joblessness in the country is deeply entrenched in the fabric of our society because people's constitutional rights are paid mere lip service, and unfortunately, the complete indulgence of basic human rights is directly dependent on resources and money which our people lack. Honorable Chairperson, today we find ourselves in a predicament where we require a strong and willing government to shield the most vulnerable of our people from starvation And yet it is the same government that has brought us into the trenches of gross financial mismanagement, misconduct, misappropriation of funds, and outright corruption. Due to these and many more issues, small business can barely keep afloat with current cost of doing business, which increase daily because of load shedding. Our state is worsened by the lack of large-scale investor confidence in our big industry, which could bring about job creation. It is futile for ministers to come here to parade and state a few examples of new businesses that are opening in South Africa, as this is simply not enough to address our high unemployment rate. We can no longer run away from the effects of poorly performing government departments, as financially our country is debilitated beyond immediate repair. One would think that our government departments would take this matter seriously and keep a tight rein on their entities' performance. Entities such as UIF and Compensation Fund did not submit their annual performance plans to Parliament in order for us to conduct our accountability and oversight checks. What this tells us is that these entities do not respect the constitutional mandate of Parliament and have a negative attitude that checks and balances do not apply to them. They both have not accounted for the previous financial year in how funds have been spent. Therefore, being unable to table this year's APP, the matter adds insult to injury, as these entities are not well managed, with a large number of vacancies pointing to the redundancy in their capacity to carry out their mandates. Whilst we raise serious concerns about some of the entities within this department, there is a large population that is dependent on assistance obtained through this department. After much consideration, the IFP, Honorable Chairperson, supports the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. The next speaker is Honorable Lond, who's in the chamber. Honorable Lond.
Good afternoon, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members. I sometimes wonder when this department will be renamed to the Department of Unemployment, because the trajectory we are on, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, is that we're adding more and more people to the lines of the unemployed instead of getting more people into the labor market. The problem also is that colleagues here from the ANC keeps defending and giving all kinds of excuses as to why this is the case. But nowhere at all do you look in the mirror and say, maybe, just maybe, I and my party, we are at fault for the policies we implement. Honorable Dangor is coming up after me, and he's got the same boring refrain. So firstly, let's do a correction. Honorable Dangor, it's not called load shedding. It's rolling blackouts due to your party's inability and incapacity to curb your own greed and steal from the coffers instead of making sure that we have extra generating capacity. Now, Honorable Dangor will come up here and he will say, you know what? Now we are catering for 100% of the population when Eskom was built for 18%. You know, Honorable Dangor, that's true to a point, but you have to go back and you have to look. What was the generating capacity when you took over? You have messed up Eskom year after year after year, and now you're generating less electricity for more people. And that's the crux of the matter. So you must go through the entire argument. Your inability to deliver is what's costing South Africa. So you can spin this whichever way you want, but this government is at fault for the rising unemployment crisis. Last week, Honorable Minister, you lost your temper a bit on the question of why the Western Cape is doing so much better in fighting the scourge of unemployment. And one of the reasons you said is tourism. Now, toerisme agbare minister is nie net as gevolg van 'n berg en 'n see nie. Indien jy dit nie geweet het nie, KwaZulu-Natal het ook 'n see, dit word genoem die Indiese Oseaan. Het ook 'n berg, genoem die Drakensberg. Die Oos-Kaap het ook 'n see, is ook die Indiese Oseaan. Daar's ook berge, die Amatola berge, sulke pragtige lowergroen berge wat rol oor mekaar. But the big difference between those provinces I just mentioned and the Western Cape is that the Western Cape creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, creates an enabling environment for tourism to thrive. If you travel to the Eastern Cape now, that beautiful, beautiful wild coast, you cannot access the communities that desperately need tourists to come in there. Because once the roads are washed away, the bridges are washed away, you just do not care about fixing it again. If we want to ensure that the rest of the country follow the lead of the Western Cape, maybe we should follow the example. Create policy certainty, ensuring that the arteries that connect businesses to the markets are fixed. Ensure that when a small business wants to be established, there's less red tape, not more. Ensure that the small towns work without potholes, with refuge being removed, governments that look after the money. So in conclusion, if we want to make sure that this country works, let's do the basics right. Something that you have unfortunately failed, but it can be turned around. So please follow the good examples that there are in this country. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Tango. Once an ambassador, always an ambassador. Honorable Ambassador.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. The last speaker was a mind reader. He knew what I was going to say. He also wanted to become a prophet, I think, but maybe a prophet of doom. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Employment and Labor derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and gives thereto a number of acts which regulate labor matters in South Africa. Such legislation includes the Labor Relations Act of 1995, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act 1997, the Employment Equity Act of 1998, and the Occupational Health and Safety Act 1993. The Department of Employment and Labor's legislative framework is informed by the South African Constitution, Chapter 2, and the Bill of Rights. Section 9, to ensure equal access to opportunities. Section 10, promotion of labor standards and fundamental rights at work. Section 18, freedom of association. Section 23, to ensure sound labor relations. Section 24, to ensure an environment that is not harmful to the health and the well-being of those in the workplace. Section 27, to provide adequate social security networks to protect vulnerable workers. Section 26, to ensure that children are protected from exploitative labor practices and not permitted to perform work for services that are inappropriate for a person of a child's age or their well-being. Their education, their physical or their mental health or spiritual, moral or social development is placed at risk. Section 34, access to the courts and access to a speedy labor justice. Labor market regulation plays an important role in protecting workers, but a number of developments are challenging in this role. First, the emergence of new forms of work poses a challenge to regulations largely designed full-time permanent employees working for a single employer. Second, there's an increasing evidence, and in some cases growth in unbalanced power relationships between workers and their employers, which calls for a reassessment of how regulation can address both the consequences and the sources of such imbalances. A report on the labor market regulation protecting workers in a changing world of work and ensuring that firms follow the rules are not put at a disadvantage. More specifically, by looking at the role of regulation in defined employment status, extending protection beyond standard employees, and rebalancing power asymmetries between employer, clients, and workers. The main findings of the report are clearly defining the employment status of workers, e.g., the distinction between self-employed and employees in the labor market. Employment status acts such as gateway to various worker rights and protections, including employment and social protection, but also access to training and collective bargaining. Policy and law enforcement should minimize opportunities and incentives for the misclassification of workers. Certain employers may deliberately misclassify workers in an attempt to avoid employment regulation, tax obligations, and workers' representation, as well as to shift risks onto workers and to gain a competitive advantage, and amongst many others, do so by mistake. Similarly, workers may choose amongst different employment forms in order to benefit from a better tax regime or simply to avoid taxes. But at the risk of losing labor and social protection, such miscalculations are therefore harms individuals and leaves firms that properly classify their workers at a competitive disadvantage and damages public finances. For workers who remain in the gray zone, there is a genuine ambiguity about their employment status. Governments should seek to extend rights and protections to these workers. Some may have the characteristics of employees like them, and they may find themselves in an unbalanced power relationship, since employers often have a higher degree of control over their employment relationship than they do. At the same time, they may be deprived of most of the standard rights and protections afforded by the employees. The NDP posits to raise the living standards to the minimum required level will involve various mechanisms, such as increasing employment, incomes, productivity, as well as through social protection and quality services. The measure of success of a government's development policies will be when the opportunities for the poorest South Africans are transformed for the better. Honorable Chairperson, relatively high and consistent economic growth following the end of apartheid in 1994 up to about 2011 supported poverty reduction in South Africa. Although economic growth prospects have been slowing in recent years, the economy is currently not generating sufficient jobs, and the unemployment rate is as high as it is. In the third quarter of 2017, youth and unskilled laborers bear the brunt of the problem as employers seek skilled workers, and therein we need to looking at the apprenticeship system to develop the apprenticeship system instead of getting everybody to run to universities to become either priests or politicians or social workers. We need more people who can build, more people who are welders, more people who can actually fix a motor car, more people that can do that kind of thing. Chairperson, I'm going to go away from what I was going to say. I am forced and compelled to, A, by the Honorable Lord, B, by the DA speakers. You know, no person is an island. No country is an island. For whom does the bell toll? The bell tolls for thee. Now, I was outside the country trying to gain investments for South Africa. And every time there was a negative comment from somebody, it was a harder job to go and gain those investments because of the negative comments that came from people within South Africa. Now in 1994, what did we seek to do? We sought to bring about a state of national unity that would bring everybody in and leave nobody out. People had left, they'd gone away, and now people begin to sound not only like the opposition, they begin to sound like somebody else. They could begin to sound that they're working for other people in other countries. That is the danger, because that is the danger that we look at. Now, people speak about racism. And let me describe racism to you. I was sitting at lunch just now, and there was a clip on a video that spoke about Honorable Deputy Chairperson, about me and you by name, and Honorable Bartlett, naming us. But I did not come to the ANC to represent a minority group. I don't represent a minority group. I represent South Africa, I represent South Africans, and I represent the transformation of the entire society of South Africa. But if you want to know about racism, I was at school, and yes, I was at school. It may surprise you, I was at school. And I was sitting in the class of an Afrikaans teacher who was also the poet. And he wrote the poem called Skoppensboer. Ek hou van 'n man wat sy man kan staan. Ek hou van 'n man wat sy slag kan slaan. And the important part was, en die basterkind in sy siel verag. Who cursed the child of a mixed parentage within his soul. That made us stop speaking Afrikaans. We spoke Afrikaans at home until then. The only time I started speaking Afrikaans again was when I listened to the docent of the University of the Western Cape, Dr. Ellen Buzak, speaking about swart bewustheid in Afrikaans. Now, have you ever faced a race classification board as a child? Do that. You'll understand racism. You'll understand what makes us think what we're thinking. We have suffered apartheid. Now, the transformation of society is not going to happen overnight. And in 1994, when we looked at rechtsstalige actie, we needed to transform the society from where it was to where it has to go to. We looked at the Malaysian model, and the Malaysian model that they had looked at when the riots took place in Malaysia and in Singapore with the Chinese. And we said, we don't want that to happen in South Africa. We want everybody to be included. But in order to include everybody, you've got to transform society. And in order to transform society, you need to bring up those who did not have in the past. Now, when you say, Honorable Lont, the people talk about electricity. For those who never had electricity, they don't miss much by having a blackout. They don't miss much by not having that kind of electricity. That electricity was meant for the few. It was never meant for South Africa. Now, my appeal is, let us all become South Africans once again. Let us all become patriotic South Africans once again. Let us not talk down the investment processes that we need to look at. We need to become proud South Africans collectively, all of us, whether you're from the DA, the EFF, or from the ANC, or whatever other party you would want it to be. But understand, we need to transform our society. We need to transform our country. We need to take our rightful place in the world, which we have. And we need to have the position where we can say to people and investors particularly that none of us are negative about South Africa. All of us are positive about South Africa. And with that, I want to invite you all to come back to become patriotic South Africans. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Okay. Thank you. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Nelson.
Why 1 minute, 53 seconds?
Your time,
Okay,
the time
thank
is
you.
still going to show. You can start and enjoy that time.
So I have 9 minutes now.
7.
No, 2 minutes left for Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. All I can say to the EFF fighter, it's good to dream. Nothing more than that.
It's over. It's over.
To Honorable Badenhorst, we have diagnosed the source of unemployment and we've said, and you are correct, that's what we have said, it's mainly structural. Hence, this government has invested in free education for all school-going children who were derived by apartheid to have free education. And a certain group enjoyed it more than others. You have forgotten that now. And the mass skills training to retrain, to upgrade and upskill our people is meant exactly to address that. Thanks, or I can say that's why we are also investing billions of rands. You listen to the Department of Education, you listen to all of them. By the way, you have forgotten that COVID destroyed this economy nationally and internationally. We've just forgotten that for 2 years, the economy came to a standstill. When your Premier Alan Winde was in the President Imbizo and was talking about excellent work opportunities in the Western Cape, he was silenced by the crowds, the communities which were coming from around Paarl, Ceres, and so on. These are the African and the colored working class people. Do not see what you are talking about. Do they see it, what you are talking about, the excellent opportunities in Khayelitsha and a number of other townships? Do they see that? Again, you come and talk what you don't understand. These who were in Ceres, in the Poland, these are the workers who are being victimized and evicted by farmers on a daily basis and are still treated like slaves. Do you think the workers and the ANC government must accept such slave conditions? Some were born in those farms, but are not even allowed to be buried there. After extracting their energy on your farms, building the farms, using their sweat and blood, you dump them. Do you think that is human? Do you think that can be defended? Do you think that can be defended? You don't know what you have to defend. Let me come back to the purpose which some of you do not understand of the employment equity amendments. This EA was an attempt to implement the constitutional requirements to bring about equity and equal opportunity in the workplace. It was left to the goodwill of the employers to implement on a voluntary basis. Socially responsible, and I've said that. Employers did it. We gave these companies 24 years to implement these measures. Unfortunately, what happened? Remember, this act is derived from Chapter 2 of the Constitution. and you go to section 9, subsection 2, and I'm giving you a homework to go and do when you're talking about employment equity, not just to make a lot of noise when you say it's unconstitutional. Now, what do these amendments change? The minister is empowered in consultation with the commission and all relevant stakeholders to set specific EEE sectoral targets. Guidelines have been drawn up and provisional targets agreed. These have been printed for public comment. For public comment, provisional guidelines. These, again, the purpose is to support the equitable representation of suitable qualified people at all levels from the designated groups. And the amended act also promulgates Section 53 of the EEA, which existed all along, it's not new, for issuing the EEA compliance certificate as a prerequisite for access to state contracts and doing business with any organ of the state. The state has the right to expect business, or that business, what they do with the state, they must comply with the law. What is controversial? Other people are saying the exclusion of the small business in employing less than 50 people. The concerns we've heard from the black business in particular has been that, for instance, just because a business employs fewer than 50, it might still have a massive turnover of billions of rands. Why should they be exempted from the EA? I want to put it very clear here. No employer is exempt from the EA. All must comply with the law of the land. All can be subject to labor inspections and compliance orders. Excuse me. The only change is that the amendment seeks to reduce administrative burden on small businesses, most of which do not have large admin and HR departments, by reducing their reporting requirements. There are a number of areas where they will have to comply. I will be meeting with the Black Business Council organizations this week to discuss the matter and explain. And I'm ready to meet with any groups who have raised concerns. We sit, we talk about those issues. You have said, one honorable member from DA said this matter is complex. I think that's part of the problem. They do not understand it. Unless they sit and understand it, they won't have problems. So I also need to flag that the EA regulations provide a long list of justifiable circumstances for failure to comply with the EA. We do not see any distortion here of the labor market. We do see blackmail, but as I've said, I will never ignore the calls for overwhelming number of South Africans that there must be equity in the workplace as well. We've talked about national versus regional demographics to be reflected in targets. The law allows employers to choose whether to report national or provincial. If the company chooses to report provincially, it uses the provincial economically active population figures that is published together with the national figures by State South Africa. Why is this an issue for the DA? Amazing now. Those who benefited from the racial privilege under apartheid are the first to accuse others of racial quotas, reverse racism. The DA has not been reading these employment equity reports. The empirical evidence is very clear that the dead hand of racial stratification still lies heavy across the South African workplaces. And at the present rate, if nothing is done, this will be entrenched for the many decades to come. That's what the DA is defending. That's why it's whipping the emotions of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable, thank you. Honorable delegates, We have come to an end of the debate of budget vote 31. I would like to thank the Minister, Honorable Ngesi, Deputy Minister, Honorable Moloi, of Employment and Labor, for availing themselves to participate in this very important budget vote debate in the National Council of Provinces. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 5th, 6th, and 7th orders. Policy debate, budget vote 11, public service administration. Policy debate, budget vote 7, National School of Government. Policy debate, budget vote 12, Public Service Commission. I've already welcomed the Minister and the Deputy Minister in the National Council of Provinces and the officials from the department. I'll now call upon Honorable Kivit, Honorable Minister of Public Service Administration, to open the debate.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration, Dr. Kana Pilanamachake, Minister and Deputy Minister from Department of Employment and Labor, honorable members of the NCOP, in particular the chairperson and members of the Select Committee, chairpersons of the Public Service Commission and GEMS, the Public Sector Education and Training Authority, and the APARM National Governing Council, Directors General and all executives of the MPSA Extended Portfolio, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable members, Molweni, Dumelang, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, in an essay written by Utata Walter Sisulu, when he was at the island, actually not far from where we are, in 1976, entitled, "We Shall Overcome." Utata Sisulu said, and I quote, "The people are our strength. In their service, we shall face and conquer those who live on the backs of our people. In the history of mankind, it is a law of life that problems arise when the conditions are there for their solution." Close quote. As we commemorated Pamela's 111th birthday last week, we reflected on the great collective journey of serving the people and ensuring that no one is left behind. We therefore remain inspired by these wise words that bring to life the constitutional injunction to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. The budgets we are tabling today, Honorable Chair, recognize that people are our strength and human dignity is the foundation for the work we do every day. We are renewing our commitment to leave no one behind in the delivery of quality services by targeting specific needs of vulnerable communities from Kuruman, Malamulele, Mpanduli to Taung. These are people who, through no historical fault of their own, find themselves in vulnerable socioeconomic situations. This budget vote seeks to ensure that their voices are heard and they become active participants as agents for change as we put people first, but to pili abantu kuqala. As we pursue this noble duty, we feel honored to deliver the 2023-24 budget for the following votes. Vote 11 for the Department of Public Service and Administration, which is ably led administratively by the Director General, Ms. Sioli Swamakasi. Vote 7 for the National School of Government,
which is professionally led by the principal, Professor Busan Ngawin, and vote 12 for the Public Service Commission, which is also ably led by Professor Somadoda Fikeni as chairperson and Advocate Dinky Dube as the Director General. The Deputy Minister, Honorable Kana Pilani Manchake, will deliver the budget for the Center for Public Service and Innovation. On the professionalization of our work, the professionalization framework for the public service is a game changer for government's pursuit of priority one of the sixth administration, namely the building of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We are happy to report that the DPSA is working with Mpumalanga provincial government to activate professionalization champions in their department. We invite the NCOP to partner with us on its oversight role to ensure the full implementation of the framework by all sectors. These include the 10 legislatures, the local government, national and provincial departments, and all government-owned entities. Meritocracy is at the heart of professionalization, and it is being institutionalized through extending pre-entry examinations and competency assessment to the whole of the public service. And we are also revising the performance management and development system for effective management of performance, productivity, and development of staff. Honorable House Chair, the DPSA budget allocation for financial year 2023-24 is 553.46 million, which is an increase of 1% from the final allocation for 22-23 financial year. Compensation of employees constitutes 300 million, or 54% of the total budget. Goods and services is 194 million. Capital budget is 6 million. The transfer payment is 52 million, of which 45.8 will be transferred to the CPSI. The DPSA consists of 5 programs which collectively are expected to lead the public service through norms and standards on human resource planning and development, performance management and development, employee health and wellness, transformation, wage bill management, negotiations and labor relations management, discipline, integrity and ethics management, rolling out e-government, e-services and cybersecurity, service access, revitalization, or revitalizing the infusion of the Batupili principle in the public service, improving the functionality of government and accessibility, as well as innovation, public participation, and knowledge management. House Chair, in the State of the Nation address, our President highlighted that, and I quote, "A professional public service staffed by skilled, committed, and ethical people is critical to an effective state and ending corruption, patronage, and wastage," close quote. The Public Service Commission is a critical partner in the implementation of the professionalization framework, as it plays an oversight and guiding role. It ensures that the public service is ethical in recruitment, employment, and that there is good governance, leadership, and management. The Public Service Commission Amendment Bill was approved by Cabinet Committee last week. We aim to secure the enactment of the bill into law within the current financial year. The bill will enhance implementation of the Public Service Commission's mandate, since it will be applicable to local government and public entities, in line with section 196 subsection 2 of the Constitution. This will reposition the PSC as a bulwark of good governance in our country. Honorable members, the PSC budget allocation for the 23-24 financial year is 292.1 million, which equates to 1.2% reduction when compared to the adjusted appropriation allocated during 22-23 financial year. In this current financial year, the PSC will assess various human resource management practices that are central to the professionalization of the public service. It will strengthen its engagements with executive authorities, legislatures, senior management, human resource and labor relations practitioners to improve state capacity and capabilities. Furthermore, the PSC conducts service delivery inspections and a citizen-focused community outreach program across provinces. In this previous financial year, under the leadership of the provincial commissioners, the PSC conducted citizens forums in all 9 provinces, including at villages at Sitlhagole in the Northwest, Kleinmuir in the Northern Cape, Mampela in Limpopo, and Ngwati administrative area in Umtata. The PSC will review the employment and management practices found in the public service to promote accountability and efficient leadership in line with the President's response plan to the recommendations of the Zondo Commission. The PSC is elevating the fight against corruption by improving whistleblower protection, discipline management, and entrenching integrity and ethical conduct. Strategic partnerships with Gauteng and Northwest provincial legislatures are being entrenched to ensure that matters of governance are improved. With respect to the National School of Government, for the financial year 2023-24, the NSG has been allocated a budget of 229 million, of which 115 million is transferred to the trading account. The NSG raises almost half of its operating costs and is targeting to raise revenue to the amount of 101.3 million from cost fees. Honorable members, this budget will ensure that the NSG is able to sustain the following capacity building flagship programs, which were rolled out and developed in the previous financial year. The Local Government Leadership Development Program, which is an accredited program by the Local Government SETA Education and Training Authority, of which 19 members or councillors from the city of Johannesburg successfully completed. The flagship program, Ethical Leadership and Executive Oversight Program, which is a critical intervention program that was piloted at Buffalo City in the Eastern Cape, Dr. Ruth Mupati District Municipality in Northwest, Mupani and Vembe District Municipalities in Limpopo. The program was also offered to the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. The purpose of the program is to help build a culture of ethical leadership in government modeled by the ethical conduct of members of the executive. In collaboration with the Gauteng COCTA, the NSG has completed the course called the District Development Model, Joint Decision-Making and Implementation through the District Development Model, for which a pilot is being organized, and it will be replicated across the country. And for this financial year, we are further advocating for the attendance of a new local government executive leadership program for mayors and the executive induction program, which is on oversight of financial management and supply chain management. Honorable members, we have started working with various provincial governments and have made major inroads in strengthening partnerships and collaborated in terms of signing transversal MOAs with provinces through the offices of the Premier, which forms part of the professionalization framework for the public service. We are aware that each province has its own unique challenges and requires in-depth contextualization. The following were introduced at provincial and local government in line with professionalization agenda, the induction and onboarding, which was held with the health sector in KZN, Eastern Cape and Western Cape. The youth development, where the NSG implemented the program designed to prepare 2,038 unemployed graduates to access employment opportunities in the public service, known as breaking barriers to entry in the public service. The frontline service delivery, we've trained 503 employees across provinces in what we call citizen-centered service delivery during the last financial year. And the art of facilitation for socio-economic development, where we have started to capacitate traditional leaders through the art of facilitation socio-economic development program in KZN and Eastern Cape provinces. 150 traditional leaders were trained with the purpose to build an active citizen. The comprehensive approach to all levels of government and service delivery is clear for all to see. To assist provincial departments to perform better in the delivery of services, the DPSA, through the Office of Standards and Compliance, has developed 3 frameworks: the framework on minimum public administration norms and standards and enforcement, a framework on compliance and monitoring, as well as a framework on capacity and functionality audits on skills, systems, and processes. We are thankful to the provinces of Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo for their active contribution in the development of these instruments to improve planning, accountability, and service delivery. The latest state of this public service delivery research report by DPSA pointed to inadequate capacity support and uncoordinated citizen participation in design, implementation, and monitoring of service delivery across provinces and municipalities. The department will assist provincial departments to address these challenges. The department provides technical assistance to provinces to implement lifestyle audits and discipline management. The participation of provinces in conducting lifestyle audits improved drastically from 47 provincial departments to 89 out of 103 provincial departments from all 9 provinces in March 2023. KwaZulu-Natal and Western Cape had a 100% compliance rate as all their departments conducted lifestyle audits. What is reassuring, honorable members, is the fact that more provinces detected possible conflicts of interest and unexplained wealth than last year and referred such for investigation. The following departments referred cases for further investigation: the Gauteng Transport and Logistics, the Northwest Health, KwaZulu-Natal Health, Western Cape Agriculture, Western Cape Health and Wellness, Free State Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Gauteng Office of the Premier. The department is the coordinator of the Fusion Center, where the SIU, NPA, SAPS, and the Hawks work together to prioritize criminal investigations against public servants. In partnership with all 9 offices of the premiers, the department was able to assist in identifying employees who were involved in illegal obtaining of the social relief of distress grant, which were meant to be a safety net for the vulnerable members of the public. Honorable Chair, in this current year, we are prioritizing the following: conducting the skills audit, establishing a single register for disciplinary cases. We will also be working with on the report and the response from the Honorable President to the Zondo Commission. This will include improving the political admin dichotomy and prioritizing measures to protect whistleblowers, completing the lifestyle audits for members of senior management services across the public service. Honorable Chairperson, we will be working with the Presidency, the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies and Finance to fast track the digitization, the rolling out of the Future of Work project, e-government and e-services to reduce red tape and to free departments from a high compliance burden. In closing, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to again quote Dr. Walter Sisulu when he said, "In the course of a liberation war, there are many long and dark days, but a people who want freedom, who are prepared to fight for it, who are capable of superhuman efforts. We face a powerful enemy, but never can it match the strength of our people." I therefore present the budget of the 3 departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is Honorable Miomang, Chairperson of the Select Committee of Transport, Public Service Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you, House Chair, and greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and a special word of greetings to my colleagues in the House and those that are on the platform and the public at large. Chair, allow me to rise on behalf of the ANC and pledge our support to the vote as articulated by the Minister, because the work that the department has presented to us as a committee enabled us to be able to understand the context within which the public service is operating. And in doing so, Chair, allow me to quote one author, David Forey, who said as follows, I quote, "The public sector all over the world face challenges, and thus far public sector reforms have not been very, very successful. The public sector is a key component of any economy, needs to address its challenges adequately to prevent economic growth and development from being curtailed." I think this is quite relevant, Chair, because when the 6th administration was elected, one of the priorities and goals was to build an efficient, effective and capable and ethical developmental state free from corruption and malfeasance. Only a state that is capable and efficient, ethical and developmental oriented can be able to address the challenges that are captured by David Forey. This means that the public service as an integral part of the public sector must be staffed by men and women who are professional, skilled, gallant, selfless, and honest. Honorable House Chair, the ANC needs 2019 manifesto identified that public service delivery has been a thorn on its side. The 2019 manifesto therefore highlighted that the organization aimed to step up public service performance, inspections, and unannounced visit as part of improving the performance of the public service in putting people first and strengthening and consolidating efforts to digitalize government, utilizing big data in planning and execution, and expedite the implementation of e-governance so that citizens can access public service from any location as they become connected. Honorable House Chair, priority as the ANC committed itself, will be given to the effective use of new technologies for public infrastructure as we build smart public schools, smart health facilities, and smart community policing to fight crime in its numerous facets. Honorable House Chair, key interventions that I imagine that government needs to implement in the public sector in order to achieve a capable, ethical, and developmental state are as follows. There's a need to ensure professional, meritocratic, and ethical public administration. There is a need to improve leadership, governance, and accountability. Thirdly, the need to have a functional, efficient, and integrated government. Fourthly, the need to ensure that we mainstream gender empowerment of youth and people with disabilities. And lastly, the need to ensure that we develop social compacts and engagements with key stakeholders. Honorable House Chair, the difference in service levels of accountability and unique service conditions are not obstacles that are impossible to overcome. Instead, they point to a need for government action to address them and create equity throughout the civil service that is based on and reflects the Constitution's prescripts that is correctly captured in Section 195, the Ubuntu principles, and the Public Service Charter. Honorable House Chair, by making the public sector and administration more professional, the values expressed in these pieces of legislation and policy can direct the development of essential equilibrium. Honorable House Chair, implementing a professionalization framework as articulated by the Minister in the Public Service of South Africa involves several key steps and consideration. This framework is quite critical with regard to key areas, conducting needs assessment, developing professionalization standards, establishing career path and development programs, enhancing recruitment and selection process, and lastly, ensuring that there is much more strategic way in terms of strengthening performance management, promoting ethics and accountability. By so doing, House Chair, implementing a professionalization framework is an ongoing process that requires sustained commitment and periodic reviews to ensure its effectiveness, efficiency, and relevance to the evolving needs of the public service in South Africa. Another area that is quite critical, Chair, that has to come to the fore in pledging our support to the budgets is strengthening compliance in the public service and improving state capability. It's quite critical, as Chair, that we strengthen compliance in the public service and improve state capability, because they are quite critical factors in ensuring an effective and productive governance and delivering quality public service. There needs to be to ensure that there is training and capacity building initiatives with a view to ensure that we strengthen our internal control systems. Transparency and accountability cannot be overemphasized, House Chair. This is so because the ANC January statement of 2023 clearly highlights that in terms of public service, new digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and machine learning should be utilized as it can provide a platform for economic growth and development that can expand job creation and self-employment, improve production processes, and enhance delivery of public service such as health, care, education, and community safety. Honorable House Chair, providing regular training and capacity building programs for public servants is quite critical so that we're able to enhance the understanding of the compliance requirements, ethical standards, and also best practices. Implementing robust internal control, House Chair, mechanism within the government agencies is very crucial. This includes This includes establishing internal audits units to regularly assess compliance, financial management, and operational processes. Thank you, Honorable Modise. Honorable House Chair, promoting transparency and accountability is imperative for public trust and strengthening compliance. This is so because this can be achieved by publishing relevant information such as budgets, procurement process, and performance indicators on government's website. We do this, House Chair, because improving and enhancing state capability and strengthening compliance requires dedication, perseverance, and continuous supervision. This is so important because this will ensure that we have long-term successes, we have regular evaluations, and feedback processes should be put in place to gauge progress, spot gaps, and make the required corrections. The third area, Chair, that is also critical is how do we ensure that there is a consistent application of consequence management and effective disciplinary measures. This is quite critical because in our interaction with the department, this matter came out quite strongly. Because consistent application of consequence management and effective disciplinary mechanism is quite essential, House Chair, for maintaining order. We need to be able to promote accountability. In order to do that, there's the need to ensure that there is compliance with rules and regulations within the state in particular and Community of South Africa in general. We do this, House Chair, because these measures help deter misconduct. It addresses behavioral issues and it maintains a healthy and productive environment. We heard what the Honorable Minister indicated in relation to referral of cases. Honorable House Chair, government needs to develop clear and transparent processes for reporting incidents, investigating allegations, and determining appropriate disciplinary actions. This is important, House Chair, because it will help build trust and ensures that consequences are applied fairly and consistently. Acting promptly and consistently when addressing incidents or disciplinary matters is important because, Honorable House Chair, the delayed responses or inconsistent application of consequences can undermine the effectiveness of these measures and create a perception of bias or favoritism. Therefore, adopting a progressive approach to disciplinary actions, starting with less severe measures for minor offenses and escalating consequences for repeat or more serious violation is important. This allows individuals to learn from their mistakes while establishing a framework for addressing recurring patterns and issues. Therefore, House Chair, application of consequences and disciplinary action need to be consistent across all individuals within the organization or community. By implementing these measures consistently and effectively, organizations and communities can establish a culture of accountability, discourage misconduct, and foster an environment conducive to growth and success. As the Minister has indicated, House Chair, the SONA speech of this year spoke of government's efforts of building a professional public service. And at the center of that, there's a need for meritocracy, there is a need for skilled a reservoir. There is a need for commitment to ethical way of doing things. Honorable House Chair, we support the budget because the department is making inroads with this as it is amending legislation and strengthening the role of Public Service Commission to ensure that qualified people are appointed to senior management position and to move towards establishing a cohesive, unified public service. The other critical important, Chair, is the need to ensure that we support the livelihoods of public service workers. We are aware of the devastating nature that COVID has done to public service workers. And these public service workers provided the backbone support to public service delivery. These are men and women who have dedicated their time and capabilities to build our republic. They are some of the people who are hit the most by our socioeconomic issues as the country, and government has recognized that this dedication has to be recognized. Supporting the livelihoods of public service workers is crucial for ensuring the effective functioning of government institutions and the provision of essential services to the public. Therefore, public service workers such as teachers, healthcare professionals, firefighters, police officers, and civil servants play a vital role in maintaining the well-being and safety of society. The benefits provided by the government are salaries with wage negotiations, pension, medical, such as GEMS, housing, service bonus, leave dispensation, and payment for working overtime. It is important, House Chair, that we also, in conclusion, appreciate that the department is entrusted with creating the policies that must be implemented by the government in order to lower the public sector payable and bring it down to an affordable level. In order to uphold the Batopele values, public service delivery must prioritize the needs of the people. As a result, the department will concentrate on carrying out the updated Batopele program over the medium term.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member.
This will
Your
be
time
done
is
to make
over.
sure that quantifiable universal Batopele criteria are implemented in a way that allows consumer of public services to independently check for compliance. Thank you, House Chair. We support the budget votes.
Thank you, Honorable Miamang. The next speaker is Honorable Badenhorst, DA.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister, fellow South Africans, good day. Let's see if you're all still awake after that interlude we had just now. Public service and administration forms an essential aspect of any society. It's only through effective administration and public service that we can create a society that is equitable, just, and conducive to economic growth. Therefore, it is our collective responsibility to work towards creating a society that supports and promotes public service and administration. There are, however, Madam Chair, several challenges and problems with the DPSA budget allocation in South Africa. One of the main challenges is inadequate funding, which limits the department's ability to deliver essential services and improve the public service capacity and performance. Another problem is the lack of efficient and effective use of resources within the DPSA. There are many instances of corruption, mismanagement, and irregularities in the allocation of resources, which have undermined the integrity of the department and led to poor service delivery. There's an old saying, Madam Chair, that the numbers don't lie. So it might stand us in good stead to look at a few of the numbers while we have the time. Let's have a look at how this department actually spends some of its budget. 512 million rand per year for VIP security. Can I ask you, in a fantastic, well-run ANC government where all the ministers are doing their work and everybody loves them and votes for them, it beggars belief that they would need 512 million rand to protect them. Against who? Everybody in South Africa most loves them. What are we spending on ex-presidents' VIP security and their spouses? Taxpayers' money. 387 million rand per year for the salaries of over 600 support staff. That must make quite a dent in the unemployment figures that the previous ministers have bragged about. 20 million rand per year for luxury international travel. Can you imagine?
That must be a lot of economy tickets overseas because they only fly economy. I'm sure they don't fly business class or first class. 15 million rand per year for generators, free water and electricity. Don't worry, South Africa. We, the ANC, have brought you stage 8 load shedding. Not actually load shedding, rolling blackouts. Out of 32 hours a day, you will be in darkness for 16 hours. But don't worry, we, the ministers and the deputy ministers, will give ourselves a nice 15 million rand a year for generators, free water and electricity. That's nearly 1 billion rand a year on luxury perks for ANC ministers and deputy ministers. And now we're not even mentioning the 97 mansions occupied in Cape Town and Pretoria, which is also valued at nearly 1 billion rand. Can you imagine, South Africa, what we can do with 2 billion rands worth of schools, clinics, hospitals? Why don't we start fixing 30 years of neglect in South Africa with the 2 billion rand that you at the moment are spending on ministers and deputy ministers for fancy houses, fancy cars and generators? It's therefore no wonder that the DPSA has faced challenges in implementing policies, regulations and programs aimed at improving and regulating the public service, Madam Chair. Furthermore, there's a lack of incentives and consequences for public servants who do not perform adequately or engage in corrupt and unethical behavior. This undermines the efficacy of efforts to improve performance and accountability within the public service and detracts from the department's ability to deliver effective services to citizens. This scenario sheds light on the culture of the public service, particularly in the area of ethics. Ethics training is essential as it is proven in other countries to promote ethical behavior and professionalism among the public servants. Some of the main problems with ethics training in the public service in South Africa include the following. There are no clear guidelines or frameworks to ensure that ethics training is relevant, effective, and tailored to specific needs of various public service departments. As a result, training initiatives are haphazard, generic, and not adequately focused on the development of ethical decision-making skills required in different public service contexts. There's a shortage of training resources, which affects the quality and amount of training available. Many public service departments do not offer regular and high-quality training programs, while others rely on online training or generic training programs that do not cater to the specific needs of public servants. There's no clear accountability framework for public servants who violate ethical principles, which means that ethics training is not always taken seriously. There are no consequences for bad behavior. This undermines the efficacy of ethics training and has led to a culture of corruption, maladministration, and unprofessional behavior in the public service. So what role does the Public Service Commission play in all of this? The PSC is mandated to oversee and to regulate the public service by monitoring adherence to the guiding principles of public administration, promoting ethics and professionalism within the public service, and investigating complaints about the conduct of public servants. The PEC, however, is bedeviled with the following perennial problems. Limited scope and capacity. The PEC does not have sufficient resources, expertise, or capacity to effectively fulfill its duties. This leads to backlogs in investigations and limited follow-up on recommendations made by the PSC. The PSC is accountable to the President and does not have the necessary independence to conduct investigations and make recommendations that may be unpopular or politically sensitive. This undermines the credibility of the PSC and the public's trust in its ability to regulate the public service effectively. The PSC's recommendations and findings very seldom result in concrete action or reforms within the public service. This undermines the PSC's effectiveness in promoting accountability, transparency, and ethical behavior in the public service. The PSC has limited powers to enforce compliance, and many public servants do not take the PSC's recommendations seriously and do not comply with its directives. Then we come to the biggest joke of them all. the Public Administration, Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit. Imagine that acronym. PAEIDTAU. Let me repeat that in case you guys are sleeping. The Public Administration, Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit. Amazing. This elaborately named unit suffers from a lack of resources. Doesn't suffer from a lack of abbreviations, but anyway. It has limited funding, personnel, and technical support to provide assistance to public service departments. This limits the unit's capacity to provide effective support and delays the resolution of ethics and integrity issues within the public service. There is simply a culture of impunity among some public servants who do not take ethics and integrity standards seriously due to a lack of consequences for non-compliance. The culture of impunity undermines the efforts of the, wait for it, Public Administration, Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit to promote ethical behavior and professionalism amongst public servants. The ineffectiveness of this unit is borne out by the following facts. In a report tabled in Parliament late last month by the PSC, an overview of financial misconduct in the public service for the 2021-22 financial year revealed that the 520 disciplinary cases relating to financial misconduct reported across the public service have resulted in a staggering 1.2 billion rand loss to the state. Furthermore, according to the report, national departments accounted for 1 billion rand of this loss, whilst provincial departments accounted for 238 million rand of this loss. What is even more unsettling is that only a meager 6 million rand out of this 1.2 billion rand loss was recovered by these departments. That is shameful. And in the public service, it pays to misbehave. There are currently a total of 607 drawn-out precautionary suspension service, costing the public purse an amount of approximately 265 million rand per annum in salaries. The Zondo Commission was established in South Africa to investigate allegations of state capture and corruption. It was supposed to resolve all the ills in the public service, but to date, none of its recommendations have been implemented. Let me repeat that, none. This sad state of affairs, presided over by this sluggish and disinterested ANC government, is precisely because of a lack of political will, limited institutional capacity, resistance to change, and a simple lack of accountability. This government is seemingly happy with the status quo and happy to starve the institutions that seek to improve public service. Continue making sure that your ANC ministers are comfortably cocooned in their luxury homes, all load-shed free. The voters in South Africa are also taking note. They will see you at the ballot box in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Honorable Members, the next speaker is Honorable Mushodu, ANC, on visual. Honorable Mushodu. Siyakuba maungekho sisi. Honorable Mushodu. Okay. Siyakuba. Next speaker is Honorable SS Mboyane, Eastern Cape. Mboyana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, honorable members of the National Council of Province, Minister of Public Service and Administration, Directors General and all senior executives, fellow South Africans, good evening. We appreciate, Honorable Chair, the opportunity to say a few words in this debate as it relates to Vote 11 for the Department of Public Service and Administration vote 7 for the National School of Government, and vote 12 for Public Service Commission. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Public Service and Administration has chosen a very inspirational theme for this budget: taking care of public servants to care for South Africans. Honorable Chair, history tells us that successful organizations derive their success from having a motivated workforce. They invest a lot of their time and resources in cultivating a conducive environment for workers to enjoy what they do and to thrive in their careers. This theme, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, should be a signal to all public servants that under the current leadership, Yembogodo at DPSA, there is intention to care for them so that they can in return care for South Africans that they serve. We applaud the leadership of Minister Kivit and her entire team for swiftly resolving this recent public service sector wage impasses before it escalated into a full-blown strike. Indeed, Honorable Chair, the 7.5% salary increase accepted by public sector workers is an indication that workers are always ready to compromise when a fair deal is put before them. They also understand that the fiscus of the country must balance other cost pressures that are critical for the development of our country. So we applaud the unions for coming to the party for the settlement of the recent wage negotiations. If we are, honorable members, to have professional public service, we must be competitive and reasonable in remunerating public servants. That could go a long way in motivating our public servants to be true guardians of public fiscus against ills such as fraud, corruption, and fruitless expenditure. Now that the wage negotiations have been concluded amicably, we expect to see marked improvements in the services that are rendered to our people in government service centers. Honorable Chairperson, with 10 months remaining in the current sixth administration, we want to see DPSA heightening implementation of programs and pronouncements that were announced as priorities during this term. One of those pronouncements, Honorable Chair, relates to the abolishment of experience requirements for entry-level posts in level 1 to level 5. This SONA directive must be implemented, honorable members, without fail by the end of this term across all government departments, as it will bring to the public administration a new cadre of young, energetic public servants with new ideas on how government can serve the public better. More importantly, we believe this policy directive will also contribute towards job creation in the public service, as the previous regime of requirements were a barrier to entry for graduates who just came out of institutions of higher learning. Honorable Chair, COVID-19 disrupted the public service in a number of ways, but it also exposed us to the reality that ICT is a critical tool of communication that can connect people in various locations simultaneously. We welcome the announcement by Honorable Kivit that the PSA, working with the Presidency, the Ministers of Communication and Digital Technologies, and Finance will fast-track digitization in public service to enable government and e-services. In our province, Honorable Chair, in the Eastern Cape, we are at an advanced stage of the implementation of broadband project connecting government departments and sites such as school, police stations, and hospitals. This broadband project, honorable members, has enabled us to digitize operations in government. We now have e-health, e-education, and e-recruitment platforms that have led to improved efficiencies. Private sector in the form of network providers such as Vodacom and MTN are also expanding their network coverage in our townships and rural communities. Going forward, we also aim to see a marked improvement in mechanism for cost-effective ICT procurement. How can DPSA assist us to develop a procurement model that allows us to get the best value from the market players such as Microsoft? In the Eastern Cape, honorable members, we have brought issues of Microsoft licenses under one broad contract, but still the cost of businesses remains high Also, given the challenge of rand-dollar exchange rate, we need a DPSA that can ensure that we are futuristic orientated in the ICT space. Honorable Chair, fraud and corruption have tainted the image of the public service. State capture and the malfeasance that was unearthed during the COVID-19 procurement are recent cases that left a bad mark on the public service in the eyes of South African public. We must restore the trust and credibility of the public service. In the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chair, we have embarked on the lifestyle audit for the Executive Council and HODs with the assistance of the State Security Agency. We believe lifestyle audits are a mechanism to improve public trust. We may need more support from DPSA in the implementation of lifestyle audits so that they can become a culture in the public service. We appreciate, Honorable Chair, the fact that the DPSA is leading from the front in transformation and affirmation of women in leadership. It is profound, Honorable Chair, that Director Generals in the Presidency, DPSA, PSC, and the Acting Executive Director of the CPSI are women. We encourage, Honorable Chair, the women leaders at the helm of the institutions I have just mentioned to be bold enough to lower the corporate ladder so that other professional women can climb up. Honorable House Chair, let me quickly make commentary on the budget statement for the National School of Governance. The NSG, Honorable Chair, has breathed an air of optimism that professionalism will be restored in the public service. We appreciate, Honorable Chair, the work that has been done led by the NSG to develop the professionalization framework for the public sector. We trust that the framework will not gather dust in the government filing cabinets, but will be fully implemented in all spheres, 3 spheres of government, to bring about uniformity in our public service. We are in awe, Honorable Chair, of the work that the NSG has done in its 10 years of existence. In our province of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chair, we are direct beneficiaries of the many programs that are offered by NSG, particularly for the SMS level employees. We believe that the work of the NSG must be supported, Honorable Chair, financially by government if the institution is to continue to offer valuable and relevant training programs to public servants. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the principle behind the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill seems to be aimed at strengthening good governance in the public service by giving PSC deserved powers. It is long overdue that the mandate of the PSC should be extended to local government and public entities. Our concern, Honorable Chair, in the Eastern Cape administration is that in the budget that was presented by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, there was a reduction of 1.2% in the PSC budget. We hope such reduction will not compromise the work of the PSC. On that note, Honorable Chair, we support and welcome the DPSA budget allocation for the 2023-24 financial year.
As you conclude, Honorable Member.
Yes, as I conclude, Chair, we plead for future prudent use of the budget for maximum impact. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker, I've been advised that she's asking to speak on the share. No, I don't want to announce before she announced, but I'm allowing you, Honorable Member Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the budget allocation for public service and administration, as well as the proposed budget for the National School of Government and Public Service Commission. We reject the budget of the department whose aim is to promote ethical public service and to prevent and combat corruption, yet it's notorious for doing the exact opposite. Chairperson, just last month, the Public Service Commission outlined the continued lack of accountability and consequences management within provincial government departments. Billions of rands are lost due to employee misconduct,
with only a small fraction being recovered, and there have been no other plans put in place to recover lost funds or to hold those who are responsible accountable. This department at its head a minister who is currently embroiled in reports which implicate her in the receiving of postgraduate qualification at the University of Fort Hare without prerequisite junior degrees. Ngotolo Kiviet is now under investigation by the Special Investigation Unit, ICU, for fraud, which is a statement to the criminal nature of the collective cabinet of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Under the guidance of the ANC, this department continues to reward those who are accused of corruption with high-ranking posts rather than sending them to jail for their crimes. We therefore reject the budget of the department, which is and has on several occasions been compromised as civil servants conduct business with the state. This department has failed to monitor various government departments, as we still have many vacancies in key positions in various sectors, instability in key positions, ineffectiveness, performance management in various sectors, and is notorious for its lack of foresight and incompetence. There currently exists poor financial management within the provincial government, which cripple the ability for government to deliver service to our people. This department lack overall model for public administration, enforcement standards, ethics to address the skills, deficiency, and development mode to professionalize the public service. The National School of Government was supposed to play a strategic role in ensuring that we recruit the best amongst us to deliver service to our people. But at the moment, the role of the National School of Government is constrained by the limited resources it has been allocated through its various formation. And so we reject the budget of the department, which has failed our people after 20 years of democracy, as our people are still faced with racial, spatial inequality in workplaces. In our country and in many public and private sector, most key positions are still male-dominated with women underrepresented. The corruption of the ANC knows no bounds, as this is further reason for all the people of South Africa to join the EFF to uproot the massive corruption of the ruling party that has infiltrated in all government departments. As we celebrate a decade of advocating for the building of state capacity in order to abolish tenders, and 10 years of striving for improved working conditions and salaries of all public servants, we appeal to all members of the public to donate to the revolution by sending an SMS of EFF donation to 38172. Chairperson, the EFF reject the proposed budget of the Department of Public Service Administration, the National School of Government, and the Public Service Commission. I thank you, Chair. Nakem.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable S. Boshoff, DA.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, honourable Minister, and fellow South Africans, I think it's good evening. Before I start, I just want to reiterate and reply to Brenda, I will not be answering that SMS. Honourable Minister, your government and trade unions in the public coordinating bargaining council eventually agreed on a 2-year wage deal. This deal was struck with a stark warning by Treasury that it will come with significant trade-offs in view of the cost of future jobs and the funding of public programs, as well as tackling overly generous pay packages. We await these costs of future jobs in anticipation. The Finance Minister also stated that the wage bill is a significant cost driver and one of the key risks to the fiscal outlook. Currently, the public sector wage bill for the 1.3 million public servants accounts for almost a third of government's total expenditure. Minister, I'm sure you will agree it's mind-boggling to say the least. How will government go about clawing back these funds? Unfortunately, Minister, these funds will in all likelihood have to be taken from departments such as police, health and labor, leaving them much less money to fulfill their mandate. Government spending has since 2008 financial crisis grown much faster than the GDP growth, placing South Africa on a very delicate projectile financially, with the wage bill topping the 700 billion mark. With National Treasury deviating from the intended budget, the negative effect on any fiscal consolidation will in all probability lead to further credit rating downgrades, which this country can sorely afford, and furthermore placing an even heavier burden on the already battered taxpayer. Honourable Minister, it is common knowledge that there exists a negative relationship between government expenditure on housing and education, to name but a few, and the public wage bill, and yet you have forged ahead with the 4.5% hike. The extra 3% given to the unions would have gone a long way in significantly assisting with skills development and providing the most vulnerable with housing, and assisting in addressing the latest progress in international reading literature studies on the reading abilities of our learners at 4th grade level. According to Michael Sachs, a professor at Wits, he indicated that there is a need for increased productivity and efficiency from public sector officials. You keep appeasing them with increased wages, but the input, that's the wages, far outweighs the output, which is delivery and on services. These wages should be linked to performance and transparent hiring processes. It would not be prudent of me to say that the 7.5% wage increases across the public sector for the next 2 financial years, yeah, I see you listening well, Minister, thank you for that, was done to assure your allies, assist in ensuring you survive at the polls in 2024. These elections are, in my view, the core driver as to why your government acceded to these unsustainable and ill-founded increases. These increases, according to National Treasury, have been estimated to add an additional 37.4 billion to the already overstretched budget for the 2023-24 financial period. Minister, we all know that it is imperative that future increases must strive to balance these increases and the need for additional headcounts. Unfortunately, the latest wage agreement failed dismally in achieving this objective. You must agree, this country is at breaking point, leaving the most vulnerable more destitute. We see the winds of change, but unfortunately, not necessarily prosperous winds. These winds are again only for those who align themselves to the governing party. Therefore, Minister, you need to rapidly implement major growth reform policies and rein in government debt. These increases only lead to less people being employed in this sector. I truly and really hope that you and your government will take this country into its confidence by explaining how these wage increases will be sustained. We do not want to see taxpayers again having to foot this bill together with all the other financial expenditures, such as the likes of state capture, aided deployment, and corruption. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, the next speaker is a Deputy Minister on Public Service and Administration, Honorable Plenary Majake.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Let me also begin by acknowledging the presence of the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Honorable Nopolo Kivit, the Chairperson and members of the Select Committee, Chairperson Kenny Moimon, members of the NCOP, DGs present here today with senior management from public service, our honored guests, some of them in the gallery, fellow South Africans. Listening to the speakers, I just wish to say that getting the ANC out of power sounds like it's a nightmare. You wake up to radio, you wake up to TV, you wake up to the newspaper. It's about getting the ANC out of power. When are we going to begin to run this country together for advancement of South Africa and for the better life for the people of South Africa without really being bothered about this nightmare? And I'm sure some of the members of the opposition in the middle of the night, they scream, getting the ANC out of power. But is clear as the INCA. You come the INCA. The electorate, yes. The Honorable House Chairperson, the electorate vote overwhelmingly for the African National Congress. And they end up unashamedly using clandestine means of coming into power, ruling through the back door, we call it. If you believe in democracy, why undermine what the people of South Africa want? The people of this country have not forgotten where they come, and this is why they continue to vote the African National Congress. The remnants of apartheid, intellectual bankruptcy, amnesia is what is the driving force to down talking the leader of society, the African National Congress. Always grandstanding and misleading Parliament with baseless arguments in debates. Honorable Badenhorst, you talk about insufficient allocation, irregular spending of the budget of the Department of Public Service and Administration. I think you need to go and read the outcomes of the audits of this department. You actually also mislead government by a lot of information that has actually been presented here. You keep on coming to talk about generators, free electricity, free water. I don't live in a house with a generator that has been bought by government. I don't get my water and electricity paid for by government. Whether it's a private or official residence, you need to get your figures straight. And you know where the problem is? Especially the DA. They want to actually develop copies of every file in government with the kind of questions that are actually posed on a day-to-day basis to Parliament. Actually, it becomes too much. We need to hire people to come and answer the DA questions. And when you do that, you develop files, site files, you're obviously going to be having gaps in those files. And this is why, therefore, you will come here and you'll begin to actually talk about things that don't exist because the information is not balanced. Allow the African National Congress to lead because the electorate have actually decided the African National Congress must continue to lead this country. Honorable House Chairperson, my focus will be on vote 11, as the Minister has actually indicated. Within the mandate of the Public Service Administration, the corporate arm of government, as already outlined by Honorable Minister Kivit. This is of building an effective and efficient and sustainable developmental and capable state. Provincial governments
are critical institutions in building a capable developmental state. They provide a critical link between the national and local government. They are vital delivery institutions that millions of South Africans across the country depend on. The capabilities and resilience of the provincial government is galvanized by the NCOP that has a role of promoting the principles of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. The Department of Public Service and Administration continues to promote the principle of making public service a career of choice by sharply focusing on programs that build strong and healthy public service workforce for high performance in delivery of services to the people of South Africa. These programs entail government employee housing scheme, government employee medical scheme, and I will also, House Chairperson, in this address cover the Center for Public Service Innovation, a critical public service institution geared towards improving and enhancing the capacity of the state through innovation. The government employee housing scheme was established in terms of Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council Resolution number 7 of 2015. The scheme assists government employees to access affordable housing through various interventions that include administration of housing allowance, provisioning of housing stock, production of employee enrollment scheme for aggregation of demand, and providing advice, education, and counseling to employees to improve their chances of accessing housing loans. Of the 1.3 million public servants, 1.1 million have accessed housing allowances. To date, home ownership has increased to 774,235, that is 70.4%. A further 189,856, that is 17% of the public servants, received housing allowance for rental accommodation. Approximately 300 million is saved in individual linked savings facility, that we call it ILSF, for public servants on a monthly basis. As at 31st March 2023, over 19 billion rands has been saved by government employees in this ILSF. House Chairperson, through the scheme, public servants who would not ordinarily qualify to access home loans financed from mainstream institutions have managed to do so successfully towards building home loans in urban and rural areas. Listen carefully, Honorable Badenhorst, especially in the province of Limpopo and KZN. We are now talking about how public servants have really managed to successfully access housing. No more poverty in rural areas that hit you in the face. Palatable delivery of service is what you get, Honorable Badenhorst, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear. Let's not allow ourselves to be detracted by the side shows for political mileage gain. Forward we move. The budget regarded as limited allocated, that is allocated for this program, is 14.6 million rands. House Chairperson, the mandate of the government employee medical scheme is to improve affordability of access to quality healthcare for public servants, resulting in healthy workforce and increased state capacity to deliver services. GEMS has grown to be the second largest medical aid scheme in South Africa. Notable achievements include over 1 million of GEMS beneficiaries had access to medical aid scheme for the first time in their lives as a result of the broadened beneficiary definition. The scheme has a track record of unqualified audits since inception, with a 2021-22 financial year unqualified audit opinion being the 17th. GEMS has the largest diabetes, HIV, and hypertension disease management programs among medical schemes, with more than 148,037 active participants receiving 2.3 billion rands worth of HIV care per annum. The scheme has adopted the UNAIDS 90-90-90 targets to ultimately end the pandemic, the epidemic. GEMS was able to cover the unpredictable COVID-19 related costs for its beneficiaries in full. House Chairperson, the Center for Public Service Innovation mandate promotes state capacity building through innovation as a catalyst for improved and sustained service delivery. It is tasked with building and entrenching the culture and practice of innovation in the public sector. In 2022-23 financial year, the Center for Public Service Innovation undertook a number of new multi-year development projects that will be completed in 2023-24 financial year, such as the Virtual Tusong Service Center that will be starting in the Northern Cape to allow citizens to access services offered without having to physically visit centers. I wish to acknowledge our techno granny, Me Puti Rahopala, the Public Sector Innovation Ambassador and the recipient of the Order of Baobab, who upon retirement completed a course in coding and robotics through University of Johannesburg and continues to inculcate on a voluntary basis the culture of innovation in education sector. South Africa is moving. That mouthing the country does not become a hindrance, Honorable Badenhorst. We are unstoppable and uncompromising in transforming and revolutionizing the lives of South Africans. Some of the other CPSI innovations are emergency medical service to efficiently manage planned patient transfers and e-hailing to deal with shortage of ambulances. Partnering with youth innovators and youth organizations, CPSI working together with offices of the premiers and enhancing the DDM, put in place digital inclusion and participation of youth across provinces in service delivery innovation through hackathons. Hackathons are teams of systems developers that progressively hack challenges through digital revolution. In partnership with UNDP, South Africa, CPSI piloted a citizen engagement mobile app named Let's Talk in 2 DDM sites, that is OR Tambo and Waterberg districts, that allows for reporting of service delivery problems in two-way communications between the citizens, councillors, and officials. The initiative will be rolled out across the country as our way of trying to sort out service delivery problems. In the previous financial year, CPSI hosted 6 living labs in Umtata, where learners from 9 schools were introduced to 4th industrial revolution skill sets, inclusive of artificial intelligence, such as robotics and coding. Design thinking and innovation workshops and annual public sector innovation awards are channels that encourages innovation in public sector, be it internal or external, because we don't just focus on public servants being innovative. Every South African is allowed to come up with innovative ideas. We must actually go beyond the era and period of people just complaining. We want to enter into an era of people managing to identify challenges and also managing to actually suggest solutions. Public sector innovation contributes to professionalization of the public service, thus improving state capacity. The center has been allocated an annual budget of 46 million rands for the 2023-24 financial year. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Public Service and Administration will continue to undertake innovative measures towards building the state capacity to deliver efficient services. The vote is put forward for consideration. I thank you. I'm left with 56 seconds.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. And also, I would like to recognize the guest of the Deputy Minister. They are coming from the beautiful province, Gauteng, Lidet, by the leadership from the province of the ANC and the ANC Women's League. You are welcome.
Chairperson, on a point of order. Chair.
Honorable members, we continue with our debate.
On
The
a
next
point of
speaker is
order.
Honorable Debrain.
On a point of order.
But the leader wanted to say
Okay.
something.
Order, honorable member.
Agbare voorsitter, die mooi verhale van sukses vir die minister en daai dink vandag hier ons probeer verkoop het, is ongelukkig baie ver van die waarheid af. En die publiek daar buite wat daagliks die slagoffers is van die swak diens by enige staatsinstansie, kan ongelukkig nie hierdie veeverhale verder glo nie. Kan vertel vir die bejaarde mense daar buite wat letterlik vir ure en vir dae mekaar moet sit en wag om sy of haar SASSA te kry. Of vir die miljoene mense daar buite wat vir maande aan een moet sukkel om 'n eenvoudige ding soos 'n foutiewe munisipale rekening uitgesorteer te kry. Kan vertel vir daai mense van die departement se suksesse en dat die gehalte van diens verbeter het oor die laaste 30 jaar. Niemand sal dit glo nie, agbare voorsitter. Die doel van hierdie departement is om effektiewe dienslewering en basiese dienste te verseker. Maar dit is verseker nie die geval nie, voorsitter. En die betalende publiek is die wat daaronder ly. Terwyl die salarisrekening van staatsdienswerkers deur die dak styg met kaders wat aangestel word teen onrealistiese hoë salarisse. Die publiek het sy vertroue aan die staatsdiens verloor, agbare voorsitter. En met goeie rede as ons gaan kyk na die hoeveelheid korrupsie, wanadministrasie en die afwesigheid van basiese dienste. Die ANC het dit duidelik gemaak die afgelope 30 jaar dat dienslewering aan die publiek nie vir hom 'n prioriteit is nie, maar dat selfverryking deur middel van kaderontplooiing, rassistiese arbeidswetgewing en korrupsie in die staatsdiens eerder voorkeur geniet. Persoonlike assistente wat aangestel word vir persoonlike assistente is een voorbeeld hiervan. En dit terwyl duisende poste in essensiële dienste soos gesondheid byvoorbeeld vakant bly om hierdie trogveters te kan finansier. Honorable Chair, the minister referred to the Constitution in his speech, which states, and I quote, "We the people of South Africa adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person." End quote. Honorable Chair, please note that the Constitution refers to the quality of life of all citizens. In other words, it refers to the general public and not only the ANC cadres. Spending 54% of the budget on salaries and only 35% on goods and services. That doesn't seem to be in the interest of all who live in South Africa, Honorable Chair. Voorsitter, ons hoor al vir jare lank hierdie departement 'n professionele en bekwame staatsdiens gaan verseker. Maar die feit dat ons elke jaar verder en verder wegbeweeg van hierdie ideaal af, is ongelukkig die realiteit wat ons ervaar. En dit is 'n realiteit wat Suid-Afrika en sy mense nie verder kan bekostig nie. Gevolgebestuur en dissiplinêre prosesse ontbreek in die staatsdiens. En tot dit nie verander nie, kan geen een verwag dat daar professionele en effektiewe dienslewering en basiese dienste sal wees nie. Wat Suid-Afrika nodig het, voorsitter, is 'n regering en 'n staatsdiens wat die belange van alle Suid-Afrikaners prioritiseer. Wat 'n mate van trots en etiek handhaaf om die mense van Suid-Afrika te dien. Ons het nodig om die waarde van ons geld te sien wat ons getrou aan die staat betaal. Ons het 'n regering nodig wat ons dien en nie wat net verwag dat ons hulle moet verryk nie. Suid-Afrika het baie dinge nodig, agbare voorsitter, maar die een ding wat ons verseker sonder kan klaarkom, is die ANC. En dit sal duidelik gemaak word by die stembus in 2024. Now, Honorable Chair, I realize that I still have some time left, but there's only so many ways in which to say that this department is not only failing in its mandate, but is also failing the South Africans in general. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable B.A. Machuba from Mpumalanga, MEC Education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Order,
Honorable Chair.
Continue, honorable member.
Honorable Chair of this August
Yes, MEC.
House.
You can continue. Hubatata.
esteemed honorable members representing our provinces in the National Assembly and all other dignitaries in our midst, I would like on behalf of our Mpumalanga province to extend warm greetings to all in the approaching winter season. I hope our greetings will certainly warm up everyone in the house. We also would like to appreciate the opportunity to be granted platform to engage on the budget vote eloquently presented by our Honorable Minister for Public Service Administration. We've been listening with great enthusiasm and appreciation of the content and aspects put before the nation regarding the strides made in this area of work, in particular the progress made by the National School of Governance. The National School of Governance, an initiative to bolster the public service transformation efficacy and efficiency, is notable institutional support of our ever-unfolding democratic dispensation. We respectfully salute the minds and thoughts behind this innovation. We value this as light-bearing torch that mirrors and diversify of intellectual endowment this country possesses. The NSG will certainly address enormous challenges confronting the public service. Its program, the NSG, covers a wide range of human development in the public sector, a critical area for service for our citizens. Our South African democratic transition project certainly requires such institutional support like NSG as we emerge from a harshly divided nation that require constant adaptation to empower and accommodate an avalanche of divergent social and economic backgrounds. This is necessary to bring all at par in terms of capacitation for the achievement of a common goal, a country of socially and economically development-oriented, empowered sojourners. Its vital transformative aspect is that of capacitating across gender stereotype, where the women folk are part of training and development in leadership and management echelons, which was historically a male domain during the apartheid era. In almost a period of 30 years of democratic change, the NSG is a necessary establishment to provide a platform for engagement in the policy position adopted in the formative years of a new dispensation. NSG provides an appropriate opportunity to reconsider adopted policy impact in the forever changing environment. We learned as we governed. There were many eventualities during governance that require different methods and ways of operating the public service. Project which will not end by any government installed or voted for. It will remain a state flux. Over years of governance at various levels, there were positive audit outcomes, whilst in some cases, a myriad of negatives were experienced. This efficiency and deficiencies in accounting still requires focus in correcting through capacitation and accountability, training and measuring. The NSG vote on training and development came at an opportune moment as the greatest vehicle to professionalizing the public service and straightening the out-of-shape systems and public servants alike. We therefore appreciate the extra effort put in raising the resources through cost fees, to enable intensive training and development in capacitating the public sector for effective and efficient service delivery. We in basic education find this institution extraordinarily helpful in the learner growth path. When educators and managers are capacitated, our learners easily grasp and understand the content of their subjects and increase their performance levels. Capacitated educators and managers will initiate programs aimed at promoting innate capabilities. This will propel the nation to greater innovation possibilities. The introduction of competency assessment and psychometric testing that NSG engage in selecting the appropriate candidates for employment has a great value of the public service. And our education department greatly benefit in this selection process, training and implementation. We are in the throes of rigorously implementing e-learning. We found the support in this program effectively changing the lives through the 4 industrial revolution related innovations. Our learners are catching up at a faster speed and will soon overtake us if we let our guards down in this area of pursuing electronic development. The changes in the public service environment has really brought new challenges. These include and not limited to corruption, poor work ethics, fraudulent reports, and labor unrest. The NSG's intervention in these challenges will ameliorate the extent to which these are eating into clean governments and progressive gains made since the advent of our democracy. Concomitant to this will be the erosion of public confidence in the advances made in governance since the dawn of democracy. The aim at dealing with lifestyle audit to arrest wanton and rampant corruption at senior and middle management levels in the public service will go a long way in arresting these divergent behaviors. These tendencies are a cancer to our fledgling democratic government, coordination of anti-corruption work, as well as central register on disciplinary cases with close space for evasive and errant public sector practitioners. Of critical importance to us is also the attention paid to promoting efficiency in the political administration confusion, which is creeping into our governance system, a time bomb of mixing explosives in governance. The National School of Governance spread of its wings through bilaterals with other countries such as Kenya and others, explain the maturity behind the leadership of the organization. This demonstrates the intellectual consideration held that knowledge is not constrained by boundaries. The well of knowledge is deep and unending. We will certainly learn more and exchange our
As you conclude,
experience in
honorable
various
member.
As I conclude, as the Mpumalanga government and the Department of Education in particular, we fully welcome and support the budget vote by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. Honorable Nokolo gave it with the mounting challenges facing the public service. The budget presented must be seen in the context of limited resources as against the great value it will yield in the facilitation of the huge programs which need more support for achieving transformation objectives. And thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable Khatebe Kungane from IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Chairperson, one important institution which gives effect to the constitutional vision we have as a country for a professional and accountable public service is the Department of Public Service and Administration. This is so because it is a key component for South Africans to reach their developmental goals. Given the social and economic upliftment needs in the country, we cannot afford unprofessional, unethical, and unreliable public servants. Only a willing public service and government can ensure that we reach our fullest potential and fulfill our dreams, visions, and desires as a nation. It is this that we should keep in mind when setting professional standards for our public servants. These very standards are what will curb the defrauding, misusing, and the blatant corruption of state funds, which is so rampant in our public service. The rot is so deep and widespread, so much that it has become a norm amongst our public servants. Under the Department of Public Service and Administration's mandate, the National School of Government has been tasked with providing education with regard to public sector competency requirements and its professionalization. A recommendation made to the National School of Government is that it should conduct more e-learning training, as this will ensure a better reach amongst employees, whilst also keeping them up to date with the latest educational developments within the field. This is the only benefit, as e-learning also ensures cost reduction whilst providing state employees with full understanding of government theory, practicality, and ethics. Disciplinary matters, which takes months and even years, must be concluded as soon as possible, as government employees undergoing disciplinary cases often still receive their salaries during their suspensions. This means that these individuals get paid while not serving our people. It is unacceptable because this constitutes wasteful expenditure. Whilst aiding state employees in participating in educational programs to enhance the performance of the state, we ought to enforce a culture of holding accountable those who deviate from this and the oath of office they took. Honorable Chairperson, after much consideration, the IFP support Budget Vote 11, Budget Vote 7, and Budget Vote 12. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Siyabonga. Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable J.J. Lords, DA.
Good evening, Honorable House Chair. I hope we're not seeing you going viral anytime soon. I'm going to start with the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, you took about a minute to greet everyone, and then you went on and on and on and on about getting the ANC out of power. Now, obviously that affects you, and I think it's good that it affects you because it's due to your own inability to govern well that you are at risk. It's due to your own inability to implement working policies that benefits the majority of South Africans that you're at risk. And you say we should respect democracy, but that's exactly what we are doing. We are respecting democracy by holding you accountable. We are holding you accountable in Parliament, where one of the mechanisms to hold the elected branch of government accountable is through questions, written questions, oral questions, through having these debates. And by you complaining about us holding you accountable, you do not respect our democracy. Democracy is also about respecting the press, respecting the judiciary, respecting civil society, and respecting the opposition. But unfortunately, Deputy Minister, that lesson you still have to learn. So maybe you should go to the School of Governance for a crash course. But we are talking about meritocracy as well. And I want to understand if your superior, the minister, can maybe answer a question when she comes back, is how far the SIU is investigating you in the alleged fraud case. Because you must set an example, yet you should be ashamed when you look at yourself in the mirror. What example are you setting to South Africans and to the elected or the officials, the public servants? When you change an organization, it starts with a culture. And if this organization is led by the minister and the deputy minister, it's no wonder that South Africans are struggling for hours and hours at Home Affairs. When they go to hospitals, it's dirty, people not looked after. When they go to the South African Police Service, where they should be serviced, they are treated with disrespect. But if that is what your political principles show, then no wonder we're struggling across the board. And I want to give you a quick example. Culture is when you walk up to a government building and there's somebody that greets you, asks you, how can we help you? Where can I direct you? You go in, there's people doing their job. From the time they should clock in the morning till the time they should clock out in the evening. And that is not a fairy tale. It happens day in and day out with the DA governs. You can go now to the Mossel Bay municipality and you'll see the difference between what a culture does there to what you have established. And you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm laughing because you're actually failing South Africa's future, but you're doing it internally as well. Because your youngest member is probably the honorary youth member for Fikile Mbalula. You don't have a working youth structure anymore because they know your party is failing. They know your party is going to be voted out of government. All of your youth members left the ANC and got dressed in red.
Point of order. On a point of order.
Order, honorable members.
Order. House Chair. House Chair, is the member ready to take a question?
Order, honorable members. Honorable, can you take the
Pose your question.
Besides really focusing much more on questions, endless questions, what is it that you're actually doing for South Africans in a form of innovative solutions to deal with challenges of this country?
That is such a good question. I'm going to just quickly touch on the Honorable Mayuba, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Mayuba, you should be ashamed that you are leading a government that leaves 80% of our 12-year-olds that cannot read for comprehension. And now, Honorable Deputy Minister, we've got policies that we present day in and day out. But it seems you are following the lead of the 12-year-olds and you cannot read for comprehension. But I will send it to you. And I will also ask that we maybe send some graphics with you so they can maybe understand that. It is unacceptable how you have led this country down the wrong path. And you just cannot acknowledge and accept that. So I've said you have failed your own youth internally. You have failed the youth of the country by not giving them a proper education. I do hope that the youth in South Africa stands up the same way as the youth in Zambia stood up and voted the government out.
Conclude, honorable member.
So that you can experience what it's like, how democracy works. If you fail in a democratic state, you should be voted out. I thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Order, honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable Khai, that is replacing Honorable Mama Marekhan. Babum Khai.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, permanent and special delegates, House Chairperson, DG, and the heads of the entities of the department. The goal of the Public Service Commission, Honorable Badenhorst, as constitutional obligation is to oversee public service, to provide general public with adequate and effective services. The Public Service Commission has the authority to oversee, assess, and evaluate personnel procedures. Its authority comes from Section 196 of the Constitution of 1996. And it is responsible for ensuring that hiring, transfers, promotions, and terminations are done in accordance with the law. This also aids in the selection of the best individual to manage the public sector. In order to preserve an effective and efficient public administration and a high standard of professional ethics in the public service. The Public Service Commission must use its authority and carry out its duties without fear, favor, or bias. This demonstrates the government's dedication to a meritocratic society. The President in 2019 budget, SONA speech identified that the lack of coherence in planning and implementation has made monitoring and oversight of government's program difficult. The consequence has been non-optimal delivery of services and diminished impact on the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The district development model was then introduced to accelerate, align, and integrate service delivery under a single development plan per district or metro that is developed jointly by national, provincial, and local government, as well as business, labor, and community in each district. It further ensures that national priorities such as economic growth and employment improvements to living conditions, the fight against crime and corruption, and better education outcomes are attended to in the locality concerned. According to the Public Service Commission, it was easy to manipulate the recruitment and selection process in the public sector, and human resources staff members' ability and competence were a top concern. The PSC stated that difficulties in the process had a negative impact on the employee performance and strained departmental labor relations, and the management of poor performance was inadequate when reporting to committee in a virtual meeting on its studies to assess the effectiveness of recruitment and selection and the impact of competency assessment aimed at appointing competent and capable candidates. The DPSA developed the regulatory frameworks, supported the norms and standards to establish the recruitment and selection criteria, as well as organizational structure and appointment procedures within the department, the evaluation of jobs to determine salaries and grading, and the employment equity plan, which was crucial in determining the type of staff that should be hired. A failure to adhere to the regulatory framework created difficulties in the recruitment and selection process and resulted in investigation and erroneous appointments. Delays in hiring were caused by insufficient delegation of power. To address the difficulty in comprehending and interpreting the legislation, the department ran workshops and issued guidelines. According to the PSC, the main conclusion of its study showed that in some cases, the recruiting and selection process had been successful in ensuring that employment equity was attained. In general, race goals had been met, particularly as senior management service level. The devolution of authority and decentralization did not always support objectivity and justice in hiring and selecting procedure. According to the, on the expansion of training and development through the NSG, the National School of Government committed to a new vision, mission, and the creation of a framework for defined future outcomes in 2020. We acknowledge that the dynamic way in which our approach is playing out necessitate adjustment to National School of Government operation and structure configuration, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic effects. The 5-year strategy also places a lot of emphasis on total quality management, the impact of National School of Government programs, international and domestic partnership, training delivery modalities, and reaching a wider public sector. The 5-year strategy also places a lot of emphasis on total quality management, the impact of the National School of Government programs, international and domestic partnership, training delivery modalities, and reaching a wider public sector market through expanded mandate. Since the implementation of the 5-year strategy, the NSG has made significant strides over the past 2 years, including the following: adoption of synchronous and asynchronous modalities of learning to enable virtual and online learning. This has seen an exponential growth in the e-learning enrollments over the past 2 years. Hosting successful leadership development intervention, including the School on Economic Governance, Program on Executive Oversight, and masterclasses in international speakers. Partnerships with 10 national higher education institutions, as well as international institutions. The international partnership has resulted in a significant uptake of programs being made available to South Africa public servants. Rollout of flagship programs in the areas of effective governance, gender and transformation, leadership, induction, and policy regulation. House Chairperson, skills audits are typically conducted to ascertain the level of skills of employees. Such audits help identify gaps in required competencies, after which appropriate capacity building intervention can be designed. These audits establish the skills matrices for government and measures existing competencies of employees against predetermined set of skills required for public service. In a local government setting, skills audits are key instrument to map the competency profile of department. This is done by outlining gaps in individual skills, compiling strategies and plans for skills development, and improving municipalities' overall capacity to deliver on their developmental and constitutional mandates. On increasing technical and financial human resources capacity, the Public Service Commission produced a report on the effectiveness of the continuous employee development in public service. The objectives of the study were to assess the use of skills levied by departments, to identify and assess the influence of the 4th Industrial Revolution and other factors on the selection of training programs, and assess the efficiency and effectiveness of human resources development processes, propose intervention and alternatives to improve continuous employee development in the public service. The findings of the report include, amongst others, the challenge with the implementation of policies. Budget limitations were identified as underlying challenge related to the implementation of human resources development policies and programs, as well as general lack of compliance and capacity of HRD units. Before I run out of time, I just need to respond to some of the issues that were raised. Honorable Lont, it's clear that you never read the annual plans of the department and its entities. It was very clear when you were standing here. Honorable Baden, also, you can't judge the issue of benefits of executive and then conclude that this is a wasteful expenditure, because all the spheres of government or the arms of government do get benefits. You get a free house with the furniture, you get tickets for airplanes, you get paid for the transport that you use. You've got an office here, you also got a support staff. It depends on the levels. The executive, even in your own province, also get these benefits. In fact, your own DA mayor was whisked away by the security. He's getting a security because of the level where he is in terms of the position that he holds. So you can't come here. This issue of 2024, you think that you've been doing these things when you were a Democratic Party, and then you merged with the National Party to form the DA. Your aim was to get rid of the African National Congress, and you failed. Over the years, you've been saying this thing. I was here in 2014. Towards 2019, we were saying that come 2019. 2019 came, the ANC is still in power. You've been doing this every term, thinking that because you come here, and the problem is that when you focus on the ANC, in 2019, we were focusing on the ANC. Today, we have Freedom Front Plus in the NCOP, which we never had, because your focus was only on the ANC. And you are still now focusing on the ANC again. You're not telling the electorate what is it that you will be doing for them. All that you're focusing on is the African National Congress. The ANC support this bill. Yes.
Order, honorable members, thank you. Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, Babu Khai. Honorable members, I would now like to call the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Honorable NCOP. Order, honorable members.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let me start, Honorable House Chair, by indicating to this august House, because the debate has focused more on public servants and what they get and the salary bill and. Let me quickly indicate that just last week, we were with the Deputy President in KZN, working on the HRD with the Council for Human Resource Development. And the issue that has been harped upon about our learners who cannot read is a subject matter of the Human Resource Development Council of the country to say, what is it that is needed to be changed where now? And these are structures and fora that are created multi-sectoral in outlook, and they deal with the challenges in the human resource development space, whether it is in school, whether it is for the workplace. And there's kind of social compacts that have been signed there between academics, between the community representatives, because as the ANC in government, we are seized with resolving community challenges. That is what the role of government is. But secondly, let me also indicate that we are at advanced stages in negotiating with the public sector with respect to the minimum service level agreements, so that we do not, as a country, find ourselves in the same situation where there would be disagreements in the negotiations that would lead to the members of the community not getting the services that they are supposed to get, especially in the health services. That minimum service level agreement is going to determine the minimum standards of service that must be in each health and the important sectors of our society, such as security, to ensure that we don't find ourselves in the quagmire again. So we are a government at work to deal and resolve the people's challenges. It is unfortunate that Honorable Lund would use this platform and try and change its objective, this of debating people's issues, and limit it or transform it into a kangaroo court. This is not a kangaroo court. It's a platform to deal with people's problems. South Africa has systems that are democratic. When it is said there's an investigation that affects you, it does not mean you are guilty. Gone are the days where Biko would have been killed without having been heard, without having been found guilty. And for as long as the DA is propagating that kind of message to communities, that you can be found guilty without a fair hearing, people will not reinstate apartheid through the back door by voting the DA. They will never do that because they know what it is to live in a democratic country with rights. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, let me thank my Deputy Minister for the support, the DG and the team, the Chair of the Public Service Commission, as well as the leaders of the National School of Government, the CPSI, as well as all those who have contributed to this state of the budget of the department, and look forward to working with our social partners to ensure that our country is led and the country people are provided with the quality of services that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate. That concludes the debate and the business of the day. I would like to thank the Minister, Deputy Minister, Permanent Delegate, MECs, and all special delegates, and SALGA representative for availing themselves for the sitting. The House is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.